Checking out Dazrat, StarCraft vs. Warhammer 40k is not as one-sided as you might think. For the Xel'Naga and the Void, who I've been told are nothing to relate to the Protoss, which is news to me because I did not know StarCraft lore enough to even know that part. The me going in blind part is heavily implied at this point, followed by the StarCraft vs. Warhammer Zerg version. I know a bit about the Zerg because I think Kerrigan's an infested, which means she's a Zerg person, but somehow her mind might be her own. I never got into StarCraft. No reason. Thought it's cool. Just didn't do it. So we'll find out what I'm missing. And the answer to that is probably a lot. Let's jump into it. What? Protoss OST, StarCraft 2, WoW Lost. I don't know what that is. Most because I haven't seen it before. Actually, what were the comments on this? Huh. Also, Taryn did ask me specifically to check his. I don't see it, so I don't think I could pull it up. Might check him out later, though. What's up with that mirror? Oh, it's a hole in the wall. Oh, okay. Rat hole, yeah.
It's an absolute delight to be back with you, especially after kicking Nurgle out for the nasty cold the fat cretin hit me with.
Yeah, you and me both, man. You and me both.
Hopefully none of you have also had to suffer similar indignity recently. But if you happen to be under assault by the Stinky Legions, hold strong and keep pushing back. Burn away the heresy in your bodies. The Emperor believes in you. Now,
but we're on the StarCraft side. Is there do we want the Emperor and StarCraft to believe in us? Because from what I heard of the Terran guys, depending on time, that could be very bad.
Some of you might be wondering, where's the Zerg video? Please allow me a minute or so for a small bit of shilling first.
Okay, just give me 1 minute to pull up a timer. You only have that long.
Worry not, it is complete and will air on YouTube in the next 3 days.
Do I have to wait another 3 days to finish this video? Well, I mean, if I have to, it's just the rules, man.
However, if you would like to see it earlier, you can do so by supporting the channel on Ko-fi or Patreon.
Yep.
Other than the general video making,
they're good things. People making videos definitely deserve it. The only reason I don't is mostly because ease of access through YouTube is better. Members help, though.
I want to expand into other mediums, like music, animation, and art. But as someone that can barely assemble and paint miniatures half decently, I will need help in those fields.
Yeah. Oddly enough, my Discord has a lot of very competent artists, some who have worked with the Black Pants Legion, others who I've hired for D&D art, and they come at all price ranges, including one artist in Mexico whose name I cannot remember, but he was affordably cheap, to the point of where it definitely is a currency imbalance that makes it viable, and they're really fast and really competent. I would love to recommend them more, which is why I wish I remembered their name when I said this out loud.
They are where any potential support you are willing to extend will be invested in. In that regard, since just empty promises...
Is that Elmer Fudd? No, this is a joke he just drew in there, right? There's not an actual Elmer Fudd randomly in either 40k or StarCraft. You know, there's probably enough meta humor that might not be a joke. Huh.
Are not something worthwhile. Depending on the tier you would be comfortable with contributing, you will also be able to access all of the custom artwork and any other commissioned media already made and that will be made for the channel's projects, as well as have your name featured as thanks in future videos, like the channel's first monthly supporter, A1Sicrex1.
Nice.
Of course, it goes without saying, only do so if you're in a position to do so. Yourself, your family and loved ones come first and far above some weird rat on the internet.
I don't know, you're just not some weird rat, you're the weird rat. Say it with pride, man.
In the case that you're both able and deem the endeavor deserving of your additional support, you will have my deepest gratitude for it. Now then, with the self-promotion done, let's get back on track. Before the arrival of the bugs and their betters, I reckon it would be prudent.
So this is me not knowing enough about even the lore. I don't even know what he means by the arrival of the bugs. I'm assuming they didn't go to some area where the bugs were already located, but that's the thing. I'm assuming this. My knowledge of the timeline is only things that have happened recently because I saw a story that had them involved and it kind of mentioned events, so I have some knowledge. It's a lot of basically refugees and essentially Space Australia. Yeah, that's the best way I could phrase this. Who go to a new sector away from Earth. Shit happens, the bugs invade, and then the rest of StarCraft happens, and I'm kind of pulling a blank on the rest.
to touch on a couple of things core to their origins and function, which did not really factor with the Terrans that much, hence their lack in the previous overview. Originally, this whole thing got written in the Zerg video, but it messed with the flow of things, so instead I took it out as its own separate bonus piece of content.
Nice.
Thus, let's dive into it by taking a look at StarCraft's sort-of equivalent to Warhammer 40k's Warp, the Void.
Oh, that's what that
Similarities
is.
here are...
I don't know why, but for some reason I always thought the Void was more just like a reference to space. Okay, that works.
Thankfully, brief. Another metaphysical dimension that exists alongside reality, but separate from it, where thought, energy, and existence overlap.
I know that, or I've heard a lot of people say the misconception that StarCraft was supposed to be the prequel to 40k was inaccurate in the sense that it was actually supposed to be Warcraft was supposed to be the prequel to Warhammer Fantasy. And then it didn't turn out they did their own thing and then spun off it from it. But you can definitely see that one is heavily influenced by the Warp in 40k. Because if they're already cribbing ideas, yeah. Although the idea of an alternate world with alternate power that you could just access based on thought is not new just to 40k itself. That's something that has been in other media for a very long time. And even some of the more classical ideas about there's other worlds with power and then they come down to Earth is something that existed as far back, well, sort of far back as Lord of the Rings, if you're into the Silmarillion. Okay, one, I'm so sorry. And two, Dune, because that's a lot of the power system, but you don't think about it too much. But a lot of it is extra power from extra sources that are kind of spooky. But that's not entirely the case. It's just the other plane doing it then plays into the idea concepts of angels, devils, hell, other realms. And in a lot of mythologies, that's even a thing where it's help from a god, help from the devil, or screwing over from said either side. But despite all that, yeah, I'm still saying they probably cribbed this more off of 40k than anywhere else. It's just legally distinct enough that they can make the argument I just did.
Quick note, the Void has no relation to the Warp dimension used for FTL travel in StarCraft. The first, and quite major difference between the two, however, is that they are kind of in reverse. Where in 40k, the Warp is a reflection of the conscious and subconscious roiling sum of the living things in the material universe, thus stemming from it, the Void was very likely responsible for life in the material universe of StarCraft.
So it might be the exact opposite of 40k, where material gave birth to the Warp in 40k, but StarCraft is the exact opposite, where the Void gave birth to the material. So thought before physicality, where 40k is physicality before thought. Although everything I'm saying about 40k is very much an assumption, it could be completely wrong, because 40k might not have that hard set in a lore Bible that's never been published in GW's vaults or somewhere. They probably haven't written any of that shit, for all I know.
It has not been stated to be the first thing that manifested, but the Void is more fundamental to existence than the physical plane in that setting. As, from what we know and suspect in universe, its own tumult is the source layer of consciousness, energy, and form, as well as being the origin point for how psionics came to be. It is here that the Xel'Naga, the creator race of the setting, predominantly known as peaceful, benevolent, and utterly consumed with studying and propagating sentient evolution within the universe.
I'll be honest, that's not the description I was ever expecting to hear in technically a tabletop war game. As of this year, that is technically an accurate description for it. Yeah. Still don't know if I want to get into it or not, but it looks cool.
Enter the stage. Normally, the energies of the Void are entropic, destabilizing, and damaging. Not inherently corruptive like the Warp, but destructive.
Yes? That's a very loaded thing. And this is the StarCraft video, not the 40k one. So I'm not going to harp on this too much, but the idea that the Warp is inherently corruptive is accurate at the time you're engaging with it in 40k, with about a dozen asterisks on it, because it's not actually that the Warp is corruptive. It's that the upper layers of it are utterly controlled mostly by the Chaos Gods, who are mostly all over the place and mostly have all the power. The LY on mostly is doing so much heavy lifting. Because they're also not the only power players in 40k, and then there is sometimes hinted that they are the big bads, but also sometimes they're kind of not. And I don't mean in the, oh, it's actually the Tyranids who are the big bad because they'll eat everything and then it all ends. Yes, probably. But there's always hints that there's other bullshit, because 40k has a really huge bit of lore. And you got to remember, it's a post-apocalypse setting on top of a post-apocalypse setting on top of a post-apocalyptic setting, and then you get to the post-apocalyptic setting for the humans, then you get to the post-apocalypse setting for the Eldar, which unpost-apocalypted some of the humans, which is a weird thing to say in this universe, and then it was a post-apocalyptic for the humans again, and it was post-apocalyptic for everyone, constantly, everywhere. There are places in the warp that are not inherently evil and will not inherently eat you. But you're not going to find them. It's just one of those caveats of it's a lot more complicated, because it's like they have 30 years of contradictory lore built on top of each other, and they're explicitly okay with contradictions in their actual understanding of how this works. Also, serious, then there's the deep warp. Yeah, I'm not even going to touch on that one, man. I'm just talking about the top layers, because when you think of the warp, it's all just horrible, because you're not going to get any lower. And if you get any lower, it fucked with demons in a way that demons can't be fucked with. A demon aged. Demons don't age. They exist contrary to time. So applying physical principles to something that doesn't have physical principles, this would be like the concept of gravity dying selectively. It's like you're just going to float off in this one planet, but as soon as you walk out of it, you just drop back down. It's all normal. It doesn't work like that. So yeah, it's weird as hell, man. Yeah. I'm going on a bit of a tangent here, but it's very much one of those, if Dazrat does get to the 40k side, one, I will really love it because I'm loving this as well. More chance to geek out. But two, oh god, it's just complicated as fuck, man, because there's a caveat to everything.
When coming into contact with matter, they unmake it on a subatomic level, while...
So they were cribbing a lot of ideas on this one in the same way where the Void was probably based on how 40k does the warp, on antimatter reactions, which do exactly what he just described. Okay.
While contact with other forms of energy causes their flow to be disrupted, broken, and ultimately snuffed out.
Oh.
Only psionics and psionic-adjacent things like artifacts or substances can, in essence, bridge the gap between...
Okay, so even that's something I didn't know. I didn't know psionics apply to physical items. I thought it was strictly mental bullshit. Again, this is so much of what I don't know about this. And would love to know more, honestly.
This dimension and real space in order to interact with it. And, due to the nature of said energy I just described, in order to make use of the Void's vast power, a psionic must have sufficient power of their own, as well as mastery of control, combined with the most important ingredient, unshakable will, to tap into this mighty dark wellspring without getting destroyed by it, and then to be able to focus and shape it to their design.
Ooh. Also, I'm going to pull up your comment, Croc. One, thank you very much. Warp is like a giant bathtub with ripples causing problems for frogs and sparkles having a fit and still bouncing around all over the place long after. Yep. And that's when you start asking questions like, where did insert other things that existed in the warp that were not related to either of those factions come from that technically started predating everything and started killing them off? And we don't actually know how they went away and if they actually went away and what the hell is going on. But that's more of a 40k thing. They're not really applying to this video.
A brief reminder from the Terran video, psionics are the StarCraft equivalent to psykers and their abilities.
That part I remember.
While both have the same variety of powers, ranging from simple things like moving objects around and reading/influencing the minds of others, to seeing the future, metamorphing reality, or just casting various flavors of fireball, the space magic of psionics...
Hey, I mean, if there's multiple flavors of fireball, I would like to taste them all. Specifically, on someone else's expense. It's my favorite type. I don't ask how big the room is. I said I cast fireball.
...is inherent to them in their very own DNA. Unlike psykers, whose power is really them tapping into the warp and using its Empyrean waters to manifest what they're capable of, psionics can just do whatever their particular brand of psychojank is without a tertiary component like the warp.
Oh! So where 40k is technically external use of power, in StarCraft it's internal use instead. Okay. Also, I wonder why he posted a picture of just a regular Eldar. Didn't think they were in this video. Weird. It's probably because Psyker usage, yeah.
It is something they draw directly and only from themselves. However, if they have the power, skill, and necessary will, or cheat by having entire scientific fields min-max particular resource access and intake...
Oh, they could just do that. Yeah, no, from what I've heard, StarCraft is almost as broken in Gundam in terms of military industrial production.
Psionics can tap into other sources of, or things infused with, psionic energy to empower and or augment their own abilities. The Void is simply the biggest and richest source of uber juice.
Oh, it's simply the biggest. Wait, are there other sources in separate from the Void or the things he mentioned, or is that just it? I don't know. It's something he'll probably cover.
Which you can't really cheat with. If you tap into it directly, and you don't have the chops to hold out against it, you just vaporize yourself.
Damn.
Circling back to the Xel'Naga...
I mean, there's plenty of times where I've seen already in the lore here that is not entirely a bad usage in its own right, because there are plenty of things you do not want to experience, or be let to experience.
They originated in the Void. Now, obviously said origins are kept intentionally vague and mysterious, just like those of the old ones from Warhammer.
I'm not sure if this applies to Blizzard, because I'm not sure how much they think out their lore, but I know in GW's case, when it comes to the old ones, the reason they don't go into detail of it and kept mysterious is because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about still, and they're hoping the surprise is when someone finally has to write it, if they ever get to that point, they'll have enough leeway to write something good without being trapped in a, okay, this is stupid, why do I have to follow this? One of the ways they get around that is the everything is fiction and nothing is fiction, so you could write whatever you want. But if you suddenly have a story that starts with, and Horus was good and never traitored, yes, I'm using traitor as a verb in this case, you got to do a lot of explaining on this one, man.
Warhammer, so the following is my best guess of piecing together information and interpreting it in a cohesive fashion as far as I have understood it. From what we can tell, their very first aspects to form in the roiling tumult were their individual consciousnesses, which gradually developed sapience and self-recognition, adapting to the infinite oceans of etheric energy surrounding and suffusing them, learning to tap into, influence, and ultimately master said powers, finally using their refined manipulation of the entropic energies to create rather than destroy, which culminated with their first ever forms, built to house their respective consciousnesses.
So essentially, they made magic robo-bodies for themselves. Biological or not, I have no idea. But that's because Void has mind first. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it wouldn't go the other way of get a body and then get to the point where you could use power. It's, I have the power, and now I need the body. It's just such a weird way to think about it. I'm actually taking a few extra steps to wrap my mind around it, because most fiction does not work that way. You could get to this step, but usually it's because you've reached the point of enlightenment or bullshit power level where you could do this kind of stuff. So it's kind of insane to see it, man.
From this process, I suspect, is how the Xel'Naga became consummate shapeshifters.
Oh.
Once their own power, mastery, and will reached a certain zenith, they began to feel and eventually discovered the material plane.
Oh.
Fascinated with it, the Xel'Naga would open gateways into it and use their psionic abilities in tandem with the sciences they had developed to seed the universe with life.
How do you develop science in a place where material principles are based on I think it's the case? Or are there constants that held true in the Void as well as material side? This is just me not knowing enough about StarCraft to say if that is or is not even an issue. Or at this point, because they built bodies, things just started looking like the physical side built in the Void itself. Huh. Also, sorry to mention, Xel'Naga are basically a combination of the old ones, Chaos, and Catan. Ah! I'm assuming the term you're using is broken as fuck.
Which, in a way, was made in their own image, referring to the ability for psionic potential to develop within and across what said life would eventually bloom into being included in it. Glancing again towards the Void, though, there are some things about it that don't really add up with its presentation thus far. Most puzzling being the existence of enormous land masses and breathable atmosphere within it, since normally such things should not exist in a dimension that annihilates matter and different kinds of energy.
I've seen this actually handled in a few different ones. The base one is probably they didn't think about this when they were making the game. But that's stupid and not nearly as satisfying. The other one is, since it's a world of mind over matter, if you're strong enough to get here, you're strong enough to just believe you can breathe so you can. Is that kind of an ass-pull? Yeah, but it definitely beats out the first option I said.
From what I've dug out, it's never openly explained how or why these things are present in the void. But at the risk of appearing too much like the Ancient Aliens guy, I personally speculate that the explanation is pretty obvious and simple. The Xel'Naga did it. Since they are...
Okay, that works too, yeah. Well, is this what the Xel'Naga look like in one of their forms? I'm saying one of because he mentioned shapeshifter, so I'm assuming anything could look like them, probably.
Creatures with the ability to bend and morph reality that subjugate the unlimited power dimension with their...
Okay, you got me with the Palpatine, man. All right. I see how it is.
Will. Installing a material plane habitat in their living room isn't something beyond them. Though it does raise the question of why, which in of itself can be easily answered with the nature of how the Xel'Naga interact with the material plane and their most sacred work, the Great Cycle. Regarding the former, this is where...
The Great Cycle. Oh, so they're just doing something long-term. Here's the thing. This is probably going to be an obvious question for anyone who's played these games. And for that reason, why I don't know it. Are the Xel'Naga a good side, a bad side, or a neutral observer in the games? I don't know. All of this is new. So I don't quite understand where this would go.
The creator squid...
But I do have Dazrat in the comment section right now going, happy rat noises. I'm pretty sure that's the sound of, yes, yes, good, good, very, very. Fun. Explosions, murder, backstab, sorry, no. I keep getting that confused. That's a bureaucrat. Never mind. I was trying to do an entire joke about Skaven, went in the other direction entirely. Very different thing altogether. It was a rat, not a bureaucrat.
Squids are most similar to the entities that are born from and within 40k's Immaterium. As creatures of the void, they can't fully manifest within the material plane.
Oh.
To do so, they require some manner of host form or construct capable of containing the vastness of such an entity.
But aren't all of their forms constructs to start with? Because they created their own forms in the void. Why would that be an issue? Because they're probably trying to build matter with non-matter, and that doesn't work.
Which they can inhabit in order to go about in normal space.
That is a lot of fuck you, laser. Okay. Damn. Also, according to Siren, they are observers with exception of their version of the deceiver. Ah. Yeah, and then Sarah's mentioned results may vary, and Samuel mentioned yesent, followed by Pixie saying the Xel'Naga raise species to later on ascend them to become Xel'Naga. Wait, what? Oh, they're like that. Oddly enough, the first time I encountered that idea was Star Trek, but in the online variation. So hearing about someone else doing it, I wonder if Star Trek crimped the idea from them.
And if said host is somehow destroyed, the consciousness and power of the Xel'Naga that inhabited it is thrust back into the void itself. While they can possess something suitable, or even manufacture such host bodies themselves, before sending them from the void and into our plane, it takes a...
Oh yeah, that is so Cthulhu-coded. I mean, I can't even see the body, but all I can see right now is, yeah, we know what the inspiration for this design is. Good choice. I'm assuming it has tentacles.
Into our plane, it takes a lot to build such a complex form, and similar things barely ever occur naturally on their own, to the point where once a suitable host is made, the Xel'Naga would keep it hibernating on their quote-unquote homeworld within real space, Ulnar, which is more akin to a planet-sized space station that can turn into a gateway into the void itself.
Oh, damn. I mean, I heard planet-sized space station, so I want to go back and see this because... So this is actually the space station with the aspects around it opening up a gate. Oh, that is so cool. Oh.
Planet-sized space station that can turn into a gateway into the void itself. So, when interacting with beings from our side of reality, it...
Oh yeah, definitely Cthulhu-coded. Which is perfectly valid because, I mean, it works. Too many tentacles, too many eyes, and fleshy protrusions you don't understand, floating in a void infinitely larger than you is definitely terrifying on a sheer physical menace, even if it's not intentional.
It would realistically be more convenient to have habitable zones in their own yard where to meet them, beyond Ulnar's Chamber of Ascension. A meeting meant to fulfill the aforementioned Great Cycle, the Xel'Naga's way of kind of reproducing, but more accurately, rejuvenating their race.
Oh, the way the eyes just kind of stretch. I can't tell if that's a defect or an artifact of the animation style, but you can see as they're opening wider than they initially were, and the pupils are pupils are longer than you expect, and they're all slightly distorted. Like they're all squishy, because again, shapeshifter race, that makes sense. Just the fact that they're all slightly distorted is actually freaking to me.
Rejuvenating their race. While innately longeval, with some among them having lifetimes that spanned in the millions or even billions of years that we can infer from the hint scraps of lore about it, the Xel'Naga are not immortal. Why they can't reproduce amongst themselves or have new individuals come to be from the void itself like they originally did, we don't know. The only thing we're told is that to propagate their race throughout the aeons, they had discovered/developed the Great Cycle. What that refers to is the predicted emergence of two races on the material plane. One exemplifying purity of form, meaning it has a solid and stable genetic structure that is highly resistant to mutation and degradation, endowed with immense psionic potential.
I know just enough about the Zerg to realize this ain't them, so I'm assuming that's the Protoss, because stable in humanity and almost no fiction goes that way.
Capable of possibly housing the essence of a Xel'Naga. The other exemplifying purity of essence, meaning it has a great capacity for change and adaptation, essentially endowed with immense evolutionary potential that can eventually accommodate any environment or internal restructuring.
So what they're doing is trying to get I'm assuming two bodies based on just throwing things against the wall and seeing what happens. Possibly one that just is perfect and is like, oh, cool, we're there. And the other being, eventually, it'll just get to the point of being able to do it. So the entire Protoss and Zerg bullshit, which I'm assuming is just trying to kill the humans who are in the way, is them just trying to have a baby. That's a thing. Okay, sure. Also, Bill mentioned almost as a keyword here. Oh.
With the idea being that, eventually, over the course of astronomic swaths of time, said races would encounter each other and merge into one.
Oh, never mind. Not trying to get two of them. It's just trying to become one. Huh. The weird part is, I know exactly where they got this idea. There's a very famous sci-fi novel about this very concept. Not Humanity's Children. Children of Humanity? I can never remember the name of it, but it's quite old at this point. And the concept is aliens come down. The aliens don't reveal themselves because they look like demons. The thing is, that's what people thought. They hated them. But they were essentially just uplifting humanity, but only the children. They basically didn't take the children. They made the children become psychic, and then a hive mind, and then they left everything behind and destroyed the planet in the process. And by that point, you stopped having kids because they don't need new ones. And there's a lot of bullshit going on, but it's all very transhumanist, viewed from the perspective of the last remaining human who gets left behind and talks to the demons, and how they are so incredibly jealous because they can never ascend themselves. It's just all of the levels of transhumanism that is literally being described right here, of both species only exist to propagate to the second form. And that's exactly what this book did. And I really wish I remember the name. I think it's an Asimov, but I could be mistaken. I literally just looked this up recently, and I'm just kicking myself on this one.
Learning of the Xel'Naga and striving to find them, which would eventually result in breaching into the void itself. Once creation and maker encountered each other, the eldest among the Xel'Naga would voluntarily give unto the intertwined race their essence and all of the cosmic power found within it, thus uplifting them into a new generation of Xel'Naga. On top of rejuvenating the population, doing so has an additional benefit that some of you with more modern weeb knowledge may have gotten the thought for. Namely that this technically would make the newer generations much stronger, since the power of the Xel'Naga would be getting added to the already extraordinary power, mastery, and will the ascending race would have needed to develop in order to utilize and eventually breach into the void itself, acting.
Also, I have no idea what I'm looking at right now. Either that or the... Wait, that's my hero? Why is Bakugo in there? I'm missing a lot of context, aren't I?
Like the one-for-all quirk from the My Hero Academia series.
Is that Bakugo? I don't know who that is. 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 That's the previous one. I know that one. All Might's teacher. That's literally all I got, man. I am missing so much information on this.
Just on a cosmic level. At least that is the reigning theory on how and why Kerrigan was able to defeat Amon, the Xel'Naga who orchestrated a civil war that made the species practically extinct, and who was able to dominate the Void Dimension in its near entirety after she was bestowed with the essence of Oros, the last remaining Xel'Naga, who was clearly weaker than Amon as he was imprisoned by him.
In other words, they wanted a big damn hero moment. Got it.
Brief side note, while the reason why Kerrigan was able to receive the essence of a Xel'Naga without having any Protoss DNA in her has not been openly stated, since the setting was practically...
See, here's the thing. I was assuming, oh, she probably just had that thrown in there at this mix. If you hadn't said anything, I would assume it just happened off screen because I don't know this. The fact that he's even highlighting that it isn't is making me think, as cool as this all looks... Yeah, it's Blizzard. They're going to miss some things, aren't they? While I don't have the same feelings about Blizzard as I do for things like Bethesda, where I generally enjoy the games, but also, oh dear God, it's a Bethesda game, is something you say often when things are just, oh God, why'd they do that? I know that they have a reputation that was hidden for quite a bit for cutting corners and also human rights violations, but we're going to ignore that part because it's way more depressing. And Terry mentioned humanity. I can't speak. I keep wanting to say humanity. Humanity is not a candidate for purity of form. Probably changed too much. I just have so many questions, and all of them are, how many plot holes just exist that you're just like, rule of cool, ignore it? Probably a few, because Blizzard.
Building up how the Protoss and Zerg would need to merge in order to ascend, it is widely estimated that she managed to fulfill the criteria of the cycle on her own.
Either that, or the cycle was bullshit and they could have done that at any point and they were just being picky. Which technically gets rid of any plot holes, but... it would be literally the worst possible explanation, even more than a plot hole, because one is like, okay, our internal lore, we're just ignoring it because it looks cool. It's like, okay, sure, we're just putting that aside. We know it's wrong, but we're just dealing with it. Fine. The other one is our internal lore is inherently wrong and untrustworthy, so don't trust it, don't pay attention to it. And the fact that you're in a game where internal lore is the basis of it, probably not worth looking into that option.
As a human, she was born with an exceptional psionic potential, around which the psi rate...
Correction, the psi index scale used by the Terrans already existed, but after Kerrigan was brought into Ghost, the program had to be readjusted because she was displaying levels of psionic power that were unheard of until then. So she essentially became the pinnacle of known human psionic ability, namely a psi index of 10. In 40k terms, this would be equal to a high beta or possibly low alpha level psyker. I'd say beta because when you hit alpha, the Emperor, I think, is at that level. No, he's like an omega, I think. But alpha is the I crush planets. I don't need armor. And when I say crush planets, I mean either metaphorically or literally might be a possibility. Although this depends on who's writing it and how few times they're shown. It's very odd to say it. And in 40k terms, they're usually killed immediately. So everything I'm saying is very much in context of, it's good enough if you write it that way. Yeah. Ooh, also, Pylo, he said humanity is a candidate. Oh. Psionic humans can't. Oh, okay. Purity of form is the Protoss. Purity of essence is the Zerg. Oh, because form would be always looking like a Protoss. Essence is always being a Zerg, despite the look. Weird. Huh. And Desrat each can correct me a little further. Well, no, I crush planets, and the Emperor is Alpha Plus. The Emperor technically might not have been Alpha Plus early on, but that's also some of the deep lore, and whatever he is now is very much whatever the plot needs. And the plot needs him to stay on the chair, so it's really hard to say. I'm not even going to try and speculate on that one.
Scale was practically built. Yes, she's the benchmark around which the exponential scaling StarCraft version of the Warhammer 40k Psyker rating scale used by the Terrans is built.
Huh. Also, Overbeast mentioned a level 10 Psionic Terran can match the power of nukes. Okay. I would say that that actually gives more power onto the 40k side, but if only because matching a nuke is something you can do at a lower level. Yeah, and Croc mentioned the Empress on the Emperor level. Yeah, but an Alpha plus Psyker could mind control an entire planet. You don't need a nuke to deal with that. You need all the nukes, which is literally one of the things that is a Terminus and that thing. They have a lot of different ones. It's very wide. And considering how nuke-happy Terrans are, Sarah, I actually didn't know that, but damn.
When she was originally infested, her already impressive psionic abilities went up a lot, which was retained after her de-infestation, leaving her with a lot of psionic power and hyper-focused will. So later on, when she went to the
hyper-focused will. Oh yeah, because people mentioned they tried to specifically keep the psionic parts of her intact. How does the will work? Because you think being infested would mean the will would be utterly broken. Oh, this is probably why she still gets to be a character after it happened, isn't it? Oh.
Zerg homeworld of Xeris and imbued herself with primal Zerg essence, she didn't just reinfest herself, but instead became a human primal Zerg hybrid, essentially purity of form and purity of essence merging, which allowed her to take on the power of a full Xel'Naga and pushed her to that ridiculous Alpha Plus scaling that was enough to add to Oros' own power to overcome Amon.
But wouldn't that also imply the Zerg had purity of form and essence initially, and everything they did after that was stepping further away from the goal they already had at that point? I'm thinking about this too much.
Now, this type of essence transfer, one Xel'Naga to one other being, may not be the only way this is done. And instead, there might be variations.
Who?
Because I don't know how else to address the issue that is Duran. A servant of Amon, who himself is also a Xel'Naga, but was evidently weaker than Primal Kerrigan before her ascension. Another case of no clarification about that. Reasoning on it, the only conclusion I'm able to come up with is that maybe, at the completion of the Great Cycle, a single Xel'Naga Elder could bestow their power onto multiple individuals of the newly ascending united purity of form and essence.
So the concept is, it's not limited to just one-to-one. I guess if they're trying to replenish or grow, that might change. Maybe it goes either way. If you want something stronger, put it in one person. If you want something more populous, put it into multiple. I'm just spitballing at this one. But it kind of makes sense if they're trying to not die out, and it sounds like they fail because they died out, because one specific one fucked them over. How that happens, maybe we'll get details on. That'd be fun.
Thus resulting
Also, according to Croc, primal Zergs are different from Zergs. Oh, really? I thought we were using primal in the sense that they're just older, but there's actually some difference there. And Terran mentioned, purity of form is a psionic race, purity of essence are the biological evolution races. Protoss and humanity filled the purity of form, Zerg filled purity of essence. So they're basically just trying to do evolution and psionics all together. Huh. Fancy way to say it, but okay.
In weaker Xel'Naga, since the power would be split, but in exchange, this is how their species multiplies into greater numbers. I feel like this is an appropriate point where we can touch upon one of the older pieces of lore that has not really been fleshed out in satisfactory fashion in modern.
Oh yeah, because this hasn't been touched in decades, has it? Huh. Also, Sarah mentioned the primal Zerg were in a hive mind, and that was artificially made. Oh, so someone fucked around with it. I'm assuming it's a Xel'Naga fucking around, isn't it? Oh, okay.
Times. Namely, that the Zerg killed the Xel'Naga. When that was first mentioned, the Lifebringers were described more as just super advanced aliens that like to mess with biology, like the initial Old Ones, rather than extra cosmic beings of reality warping power.
Also like the Old Ones.
Later on, that detail was changed to Amon unleashing the Zerg upon the Xel'Naga when they
So the artificial part is probably Amon's bullshittery. Got it.
confronted him and his faction of their species, who tried to circumvent the Great Cycle, where it is stated that after devouring them is how the Overmind learned of the Protoss. But, as you can very likely consider, even if Amon and Oros were like the extreme top-tier Xel'Naga power-wise, there's bound to have been some close to their level at least. And if the Zerg ate them, how did the bugs not just go Super Saiyan on the whole of existence? Or better...
Oh. In other words, plot hole, don't think about it too hard.
Yet, how would they have done so when they would also need to go into the Void for that, yet the whole swarm barely knew what the Void dimension is at the time? Since Blizzard is apparently allergic to clear answers, the way I reason this circle is meant to be squared...
So I'm just going to say right now, considering all the bullshit I said about the clarification of how yes but no 40k is, when Dazrat finally gets to the 40k side, this right here, his visible demonstrated art showing confusion, oh, he is going to have panic attacks for all the bullshit layers of, it is this, except for this case, where it also could be this case, but it might be this case. And sometimes it's not this case, but it could also be this case. But also, these two cases exist separately and cannot exist in the same time, so what has to be wrong? And also, both are canon. Rat, I am so sorry when you get to that part. It'll be funny to watch on my end, but I also realize you are going to probably hurt yourself doing that. Oh, God.
Is more so the case that when Amon's faction was confronted by the remaining Xel'Naga in the material plane, the Zerg swarm aided in that initial stage of the war, and only helped to destroy the physical host bodies of the various Xel'Naga,
okay,
from which they got the additional knowledge, but no cosmic superpowers. Meanwhile, because their host bodies got destroyed, all of the Xel'Naga on both sides, except evidently Duran, were thrust back into the Void, where the Civil War continued, and they practically extincted themselves.
Oh. How do you even fight in a place where your existence is all that really matters and everything else follows from that? Probably Mind Crush weapons. That would be fucked up. Or Mind Crush attacks. Ugh. Ooh, also, I'm going to pull up your comment quickly. I think the reason, according to Bixie, that there isn't several Super Zerg is because their body would explode from all the power. That's why you both essence and form. Without both, you fucked. You need the body to hold the power, and the mind to keep it from blowing up the body. Okay, that kind of works. Is that the actual lore? Hell if I know. But it seems like fanon is probably the only kind of answer you're going to get to canon, so why not?
The sole exception being Oros, who was somehow entrapped by Amon's lingering power and creations, cause he also died in that conflict until Duran revived his consciousness as per the events of StarCraft 2.
Wait, you can revive a consciousness? Wouldn't that apply to anyone then? So it's the Xel'Naga Civil War. I'm wondering if they eventually get around to it. It's, oh yeah, by the way, this happened before. I have no idea. I doubt it, because that would be a real big ass pull that might invalidate any previous game, but can you imagine Blizzard pulling something out of their ass that invalidates previous accomplishments? I'm not going to try and overwatch this too much. Let's just move on.
One last detail that bears a need for overview, however, might just be the most important when it comes to scaling the Xel'Naga to things in 40k. It is noted that, quote, the cycle was repeated in numerous universes. At the start of a universe's creation, the
Okay, so they're explicitly saying it's not one universe and then one void. It's one void, and then every universe is just a separate output from it. Or at least a separate access point. That's kind of fascinating. The warp is similar, but it's also just weird in the sense that, for all we know, all the stories are bullshit and real at the same time because it's multiple overlapping universes, and it's just so similar that you can't tell the differences because they might be on the other side of the galaxy. I mean, they're missing 1,000 years in 40k canonically. Is it just a plot point? What that plot point is for, we probably will find out in 30 years because sometimes it takes them that long, but sure, why not?
Xel'Naga would take on physical form and enter it, seeding it with life.
Also, just to quote Duck, thanks, Jason Schreier. I don't know who that guy is, and I want to leave it that way, because I think I might, and I don't want to.
Cycle repeated so many times that time itself was affected by it. Whereupon the ascension of the two destined races into Xel'Naga, the Great Cycle would reset and repeat. Looking at it, this would seem rather straightforward, but there are some inconsistencies regarding that. At an initial reading, one might think that when this new ascended crop happens, the universe resets. Except at the end of StarCraft 2, that did not happen. Everything just continued as normal, at least cosmically, in the material universe.
But they did mention multiple universes, so they might do the cycle multiple times, but they don't need the same universe if it is technically multiversal. Okay.
And since the statement of multiple universes is given at face value, it can't also be the case that it's just the one same universe that only began once, and the Xel'Naga
Which means an entire plot point could easily be, hey, remember how we said there's multiple universes we've done this in? We got a lot of previous bullshit left behind to deal with. If I thought they would actually do a third game, fourth game, I have no idea what one they ended on. Maybe that would be the plot point. I doubt it, because I have no idea what Blizzard even does anymore. Although they are releasing new things with the tabletop game, so maybe they might reinvest in the franchise in ways they haven't before.
have only been doing their thing
And maybe Half-Life 3 will come out.
in it. Realistically, that leaves only two viable ways to look at it. Either the material universe experiences death and rebirth via some Big Bang fashion, and the Xel'Naga simply slumber through it in the Void, or Ulnar, the gateway world they created to be able to venture between their home dimension and the physical one, after which they get up and reseeded with life.
Also, Croc has asked my question. It is only the 2 games for StarCraft now, but with multiple DLC. Ah, got it. And Terra mentioned, I still think Amon's body died, and Duran Nurad just brought his conscience to StarCraft's material universe. That would make sense. So it's not that the body is getting the mind refreshed, it's that the mind was never dead, it just got replaced, which would make more sense.
Or the Void, where they reside, is some kind of central dimension, quote-unquote, that connects a multiverse of material universes between which the Xel'Naga move.
Okay.
In either case, given everything we went over, when you take into account the nature of the Void and its energies, since the Xel'Naga are creatures of and suffused with it,
And
but
shapeshifters
unlike
on top of
40k
that.
demons, they have a being and will of their own, through which
And that actually is a very important part there, because 40k, you get subsumed, and then you think you're a person, but you're not a person anymore. And that's part of the horror that creeps in with it. The fact that you are still yourself is something that StarCraft is definitely unique about. Although closer to how other things view Ascension and other material.
they dominate the Void, are able to peer into the past and future, can open independent gateways and rifts between their own dimension and real space on their own volition, and have no need for worshippers or anything similar to sustain their
Artanis the Cursed. I don't know who that is. I'm assuming it's custom art. Looks really cool, though.
abilities. I think it's safe to say that they are, at least on average, more powerful than the artificially created gods in 40k, such as those of the Eldar and Orcs, and
I would disagree about the Orc one. If only because the Orcs are mimetic in the sense that they technically won. 40k is their heaven. And they are the remnants of what they were before, so yeah. But that's more of a mimetic level, and I think they just IRL won as opposed to in the universe.
by extension are more powerful than the Catan. Very likely not as powerful as the Chaos Gods, since those represent actual fundaments of existence, but in
That answer will change depending on who you talk to. It's confusing, and intentionally confusing, because GW does put out contradictory lore about this. I think right now they're leaning more towards they are not the fundamental forces, but they draw power from them, so it's a step removed, but it also means something else could come in and take that source of power, which is similar to how it's held in Age of Fantasy, but they're disconnecting those, so it's just all over the place. And you see where I'm going with this one. Anytime you try and do a comparison to 40k when it comes to the warp, the answer is always going to be, it could be this, And that's if you're being very generous or not generous at the same time. And I don't know which one it could be because there is decades of contradictory information that sometimes aligns. I actually do like this lore, though, so I'm weird for that one. Also, Pylo, one other clarification here is that the Protoss and the Hive Zerg were made by Amon as tool. Oh, the Protoss as well. Oh. Normally, the Xel'Naga don't build the races that directly. Okay, so it's more just they believe this will happen because they've seen the past and the future, so they've seen it already happen. So they're just basically giving an option, where Amon was just more directly fucking around. Oh, that actually does explain a lot. Also, Croc, orcs physically can't lose. They lose. They died fighting, so they won. They win. They won. Yeah. 40k is a paradise and heaven for orcs. It's exactly what they want. But that's, again, more meta-narrative than anything else.
My opinion, if their whole race didn't obliterate itself in their own version of the Horus Heresy, I think collectively the Xel'Naga would have been able to contain, or maybe, possibly even purify them. More importantly, however, how about yourselves? Would you agree with my assessment, or are there any details that sway you otherwise?
Honestly, it really does depend on how bullshit things get. The Xel'Naga might be able to compete with the Chaos Gods, but also the Chaos Gods compete with themselves so much that it's hard to say because we explicitly don't know what their full power looks like because they didn't full power fight the Emperor. They gave some toys to one of his kids, and then it went out badly, but they got what they wanted of, hey, we get to keep playing the game. 40k makes a lot more sense when you realize that they're basically all playing the game to win, and they would like to win. But at the same time, whenever someone's about to win, they team up on them so the game doesn't end. And it's just basically like turned 3 million of their own 40k game because they're literally using their own toy armies. Yeah, when you think about it that way, it makes a lot of sense for the stupid level of petty that the Chaos Gods endure and then do. And it's utterly stupid. It's not meant that way, but it does perfectly reflect it through complete and utter happenstance, which is the best part about it to me. It was good pizza, though, so it was kind of worth it. Yeah. Oh, just want to leave a like in advance before I forget. Let's see where the Zerg go on this one, because apparently there's a lot of Zerg I don't know. Who'd have thought?
Здравейте, драги зрители.
I have no idea what he said, but also I am jealous of the image. Not the beach part, but like just having a drink and a book and a chair. That is amazing. Not much for outside. I know that's probably a shock to people.
And thank you for your patience. If I knew this topic would make folks this thirsty, I'd have started the channel out with it.
What?
Me failing at being funny aside, the intro will be kept.
I don't know if he's talking about the drink, the ocean, or the fact that people in Kerrigan have a lot of R34. Could go either way.
Short, since you most likely don't want me to prolong the inevitable. There are just...
Can you imagine someone doing that? Utter monster move. Also, according to Magzar, the swarm is now rising. I'm not sure if you meant that as innuendo or not. Oh, God.
Two quick things I must give an amendment to before we start. First, after the Terran video's release, Subsorian and a decent few of you corrected me on StarCraft not being intended to be a 40k game.
Oh, yeah, I've heard this one as well. Thing is, I'm not sure the correction's accurate either, and I would like way more sourcing to find out. So until I find out more, I'm not sure which is accurate, but both are hilarious to me.
My bad. That apparent rumor was stuck with me for over a decade, so in my brain it had crystallized as a certainty, hence why I didn't bring it up in my research session with the big lore man. As for the second, based on the comments, some got the impression that the video was about putting the Caprul sector's Terrans against the Imperium. Evidently, I should have communicated it more clearly, but that is not the case.
I mean, that is kind of what I thought as well would be happening, and we're going to eventually see the other side. And then there'll be the matchup in the death battle style at the end is what I thought was going to happen. And if not, I don't care. I'm still going to enjoy it. I will admit, though, I've heard, to clarify what he said about the two different ideas of how it was created. The long-standing rumor going around was StarCraft was supposed to be the precursor to 40k, and then GW didn't give them the license to it. but that turned out to be false according to some people online. And what it actually was Warcraft was designed as a precursor, the first Warcraft was designed as a precursor to old world fantasy or Warhammer fantasy, but then they didn't get the license from GW, so they did their own thing. I also don't know if that's true either. Both are funny to me, and it does explain a lot of the very similar design philosophies. Although initially, before hearing about it, that my initial thought was, ooh, cool, let's steal this idea. And early on, GW wouldn't do shit about that because they were stealing ideas from everyone. It's also one of the reasons they're not allowed to use Malal, because they explicitly used that from an artist who was working in D&D, because that was a concept there, spelled slightly different, but it was by the same person who was using it in both places, and there's entire legal bullshit there. And honestly, that might be resolved now because Hasbro is kind of selling out to anyone. And GW is somehow less fucked up than Hasbro, because Hasbro now owns D&D. There's a lot of weird interactions between companies when you get to that level, man. I have no idea how that's going to play out. But it'd be weird if like they had a bunch of commander sets of 40k that were then being used in StarCraft, because they're probably going to have things with that. They're all connected at this point somewhere, man.
Comparing the two was intended to serve the purpose of showcasing how viable it is for the former to survive within the 40k galaxy, because the latter, as the most immediately similar faction to the Terrans, is already one that keeps on living there. So if the denizens of the Caprulu sector have parity, or even superiority in the fields of science, technology, organization, space travel, and space magic, that clears them one bar for making it in the 41st millennium. But also because the Imperium is the benchmark for what one needs to survive against, which includes the limited attention it can spare given its numberless theaters of...
Oh, he's actually mentioning that! Okay, so I've heard a lot of Versus videos, like all the power of the Imperium versus all the power here, and just cutting that in. But he's actually mentioning the one thing that in-universe, despite all the many bullshits, is always the big problem with the Imperium. Despite the manpower, they don't have the time, the awareness, or the ability to get things into a place in time. Everything he just said is something I've seen most people ignore completely. Because yes, the Imperium could win any fight on sheer numbers. Any one fight. They're not fighting one fight. Some, they could probably have not fought on their own if they were just not dicks about it. Others, they legitimately have to fight, and they still might lose because it's utterly required, and that's why they're drawing away from the other places where they could probably not do it otherwise. And some fights are just like, okay, yeah, this is horrible, but this horrible is more horrible to me immediately. High Lord's fucked around a lot. So the fact that he's recognizing that is immediately kind of awesome because, yeah, to quote Pixie, it's the goddamn logistics. I love that he's bringing this up. Yeah, because 40k is actually a very survivable world when you include, if you're not making yourself enough of a problem and you don't piss off the one person who will make you their problem, you can kind of do anything you want in 40k, as long as you just don't rock the boat in ways that people care about. It's kind of absurd.
War, in order for it to sustain itself there as well. Where, again, when there is parity and or even superiority in comparison to them, that further cements the invading species' staying power, as presented in the previous video.
Yep. Also, to quote Harkin, Terran would steamroll them on logistic time alone. Yeah, but that's a low bar. On the other hand, they have such a huge industrial base that they could probably steamroll the Terrans back on sheer, we already have this. But then we run into the logistics problem of, we already have this, we could steamroller you immediately, but it'll take us 100 years to get it there. And by that point, I honestly believe the Terrans would get bored and just move on. Because, okay, so we're just going to wait here for a fight for 100 years? Sure, we're good. Done. It's kind of absurd.
However, just to make sure it's been clearly stated, in a direct one-to-one war scenario with no external distractions,
no external distractions in 40k, it is memetically impossible for a non-distraction to happen. Every single important fight in 40k has a distraction in there. It's how they keep all the units alive that they want to sell models of. Oh, God.
despite their ability to make similarly devastating tech, such as laser drills with a continuous power output equal to over 150 nuclear reactors all at once. Due to sheer volume of mass alone, the Terrans of the Caprulu sector cannot defeat the Imperium of Man. Give them access to 40k resources and 500 to 1,000 years of prep time, and then we
5,000? Probably wouldn't get. 1,000? Wouldn't get. 100? Actually, that would be pretty normal. Usually when a fleet is sent to take over something that has broken away, 100-year prep time is not unheard of and might actually be considered fast. That's entirely a possibility there.
can talk. Now,
Also, Magtar, you said no external distractions or internal distractions remain. I know what I said. There's plenty of internal and external in 40k. For every faction in every way. That's just all of 40k is which distraction are you willing to ignore to do something?
the bugs though. As we all know, Australians are cut from a different cloth than normal humans,
Yeah,
given
that just
their
happens.
choice of residence. However,
Just go Saxon Hail on their ass, man. Also, Hurricane, I'm going to pull up your comment. All right. 100 years to 1,000 years for a Terran war is where the Terran already reach your homeworld in 5 years. They are not working on the same timetable. Yep. But the homeworld for a lot of big planets are so built up, they could probably already have the, oh god, what the fuck, levels of ammunition there. The advantage for the Terrans is they could just get somewhere else faster than anyone else could deal with. It's one of the reasons the Harad, for example, are such a menace. They just leave. And then you have to deal with it. For anyone who doesn't know what the Harad are, they are a species within 40k. They're alien, may or may not be sentient, probably sentient, and they work backwards in time. Such as they, well, maybe backwards, maybe not. It's hard to say. No one really survives it because anything near them ages really fast. And they just kind of teleport in massive migration waves. Yeah. You can fight them, but you probably shouldn't. You should probably just evacuate the planet. Yeah, there's a lot going on with this one. Terrans would have the advantage of the 40k side would have almost no ability to quickly react to them unless utter bullshit immediately forces a handful of people to do it. Who could do it, but that would be like the Emperor immediately doing something. That just is not normal for small factions that come up, and they have plenty of build time. But if they did something like immediately go to Terra, that's where all of the things they don't normally have the time to coalesce already are. So the advantage would be that it's all the case of as long as they don't go to where all of the enemy weapons already are, they're not really that worried about it. But that's if they're doing a flat-out fight, and just it's like someone could write a novel of this and have a lot of interesting plot points where as long as they don't overplay their hand, they're probably going to win on sheer I didn't die, so it counts methodology. Or an Elder fucks with them because fucking Elder, man.
enhanced by their military record against it, the true power and terror of the land down under comes from its nightmarish wildlife. And the Griblies of the Caprulu sector more than match the ferocity, viciousness, and ability to evict your soul from your corpse and into the void with same-day shipping, necessary to fit the title of Space Australia. Exemplified most, and best, by today's invasive species being transplanted into the 40k galaxy.
Humans? I'm assuming it's humans. Oh, no, we're talking about the Zerg here. Never mind. Different 40k invasive species. This one? Would they even notice the difference?
The Zerg. From among you who are not familiar with StarCraft and are open to learning new things, many are probably going,
Zerg are so fascinating. I wish we knew more about their physiology.
And as a proud
I mean, yes. I am literally saying that. I think it's cool. But I'm getting the impression that's, Dazred is the I hate bugs category. Necrons, Protoss, Starship Troopers, Helldivers, Deep Rock Galactic, Yosemite Sam. Oh, Hunter x Hunter. Okay, yeah, I recognize that guy with the Nen user. I don't know why Elmer Fudd is in there. That's weird. Okay.
carrying member of the I Hate Bugs club.
Oh, no, wait, there is one thing I forgot I do know about Zerg. It's that, remember the meme of Zerg Rush, where you're playing a game and you cannot see the game anymore because it's all Zerg everywhere constantly. Have fun. You can't. Yeah.
It would be my absolute pleasure and delight to illuminate you with the following wisdom.
I know all about them. Put a bullet in them, they die.
Alas,
That works.
while that may be true, sort of, we'll get to that later,
No, right through the
there
head.
is quite a bit more to them. As a first dip of the toes into the topic, I cede the floor to James Rayner for the in-world summary and perception of these creepiest of crawlies.
Ooh.
The Zerg are the stuff of nightmares.
Oh, that's his voice? Oh, god damn, they got an amazing voice actor for him. Oh, that's like radio announcer level without all the old-timey accent added on to it. Oh, damn. Ooh, also, Daz Rat made a comment. I'm going to pull it up. I sim for the Protoss 18 times more than Pancreas Network sims for elves. I'm assuming the only reason you could say that is because Pancreas Network has the category of, and then there's the ones in Elder Scrolls. I'm assuming that's probably why you win that conflict. That makes sense.
Highly evolved xenomorphs. Killing machines.
They actually got away with calling them xenomorphs. I mean, it's like, technically the word is not trademarked as far as I know, but if Ridley Scott was hyper litigious, man.
A whole mess of different critters make up the swarm, as it's called. And they all answer to a single hive mind. The Zerg are like locusts, sweeping across the galaxy from one planet to another, leaving
What would it be like if
behind
they
only
didn't have a
death
hive mind?
and destruction.
So far, so standard when it comes to hive-minded horde Xenos. Now, to accentuate their uniqueness and establish how
Oh, they're just coming out of a mouth. Does that mean it's vomiting its kin? Ew.
well they would do if transplanted into the 41st millennium by comparing them to their obvious closest analog in Warhammer, I would summarize the Zerg as Tyranids painted red, ridden by White Scar cosplaying speed freaks.
Wait, ridden? Okay, the last part threw me off there. Also, there are red Tyranids. They're a bitch. I'm glad you're not actually bringing them up directly. This is not a complaint. It's just me actually being glad for that.
By that, I don't mean that their particular bioforms are notably speedier than those of the Nids.
Wait, oh, what did he say there? A few are quite speedier, but we'll get to those shortly. Oh.
The Nids. Poor Brenda and Susan off of Creep can attest to that. Instead,
Yep.
that is more so in reference to their functions, which we will touch on in a bit. As in this video, I'd like to build up from what I think are
I think I have seen bits of this video, but only because it was used in other people's videos as a counterpoint. I don't know what it's from in the slightest. Yeah. I'm going to pull up these comments quickly. And Taryn, you mentioned, can we blame you? They have Celadus, Rohan, Vosa for male fanbase. They got Artanis, Felix, Teledar. I don't know who any of these are. For female, we all in StarCraft 2 alone. I have no idea who any of these. Oh, they're probably StarCraft characters. Oh, okay. And never mind. Tyranids don't really adapt to things like most people think. They just use more biomass to grow new creatures with traits to solve the situation at hand. Yep. And then they repurpose the previous ones, but they never really show that because that would happen after. And usually at the after, there's no one left to observe it. But they have done some crazy things, so it gives GW reason to every now and again iterate on new versions of them, except they don't very often. Also, they have a Titan, and it's kind of terrible. Like, even worse than 40k Titans on table. Very disappointing, but also good for your wallet, because it's not worth the price. Literally not.
the less impactful aspects about them, beginning with their battle roster.
Oh.
On average, the Tyranid
Yeah.
biosphere contains a more voluptuous menagerie of lethal organisms, particularly
You can even say it's quite developed. These are all going to be jokes about Kerrigan, aren't they?
in that mid-size range than that of the Swarm. While any Zerg can tear things limb from limb, there isn't really anything that can match a Space Marine in a headlong charge the way Tyranid warriors do, let alone Carnifexes. Except
Overlords, the guys who burrow. There's a lot of bullshit.
the Hydralisk to a limited extent due to its mass, possibly also the Roach, though due to its smaller size, such a feat is not that likely.
Admittedly, I might be underestimating the Roach since it is about the same size as the Biovore, but likely heavier due to being more armored, and the thing seems to be decently fine in melee, but at best I put both at equal ability in that regard. I'm not the biggest Tyranid player. My knowledge of them is very much not big. But I think the one thing to keep in mind is all of the Tyranids we've seen, these are not armies. These are the equivalent of shots in the dark to see if it hits anything. But functionally, that doesn't matter because we're never actually going to see the full breadth of what they can do because they've built it up to be so big that anything else is going to be a letdown and disrespectful to the previous lore. So it's, again, it's the issue of this should be the final boss in 40k, but it will never get there because then the setting ends, and I don't think GW wants to reset it just yet, a la End Times.
True,
Because they can still make money selling Primarchs, and then corrupted and uncorrupted versions of them.
large reason for that is the fact that they are bioforms more specialized for ranged combat. But even from that angle, the Nids out-DPS them, due to having a bigger variety of ranged creatures, including the platform of their basemost beasts, the Gaunts. Amusingly enough, the best-faring swarm organisms, in a side-by-side with Tyranids, are on the opposite sides of the scale spectrum. Zerglings have a slightly lighter frame than the Gaunts, and do not have any ranged variants, but compensate with ludicrous speed and agility, enhanced by their most infamous mutation that boosts their metabolics, allowing them to outrun things faster than Eldar. Realistically, the only things on the ground faster than them are stuff that teleports, militarized sports cars, and Terran Reapers.
I'm sorry. Militarized sports cars is in this game? I have questions. I have no idea what this is either, but that looks cool.
Equipped with massive jetpacks capable of self-propelled flight. And still,
that is
none
cool.
of those are completely safe from being outmaneuvered, surrounded, and chewed to bits in seconds, thanks to the other core-ingrained mutation of the Zerglings. Expanded adrenal glands, engorged to a concerning size for such a relatively small creature. A fun fact, Zerglings who have been modified with said adrenal glands mutation, and the one boosting their metabolism, are often referred to as cracklings, because through it, they can be sent into such a frenzy that they can rip to shreds buildings and vehicles.
In other words, they are the fuck you, we're doing this right now unit. Got it! And I'm being told by Purple, yep, militarized sports cars. Okay. With flamethrowers even! That's just cool.
Suddenly this quote looks a lot more believable.
Yeah.
Zerglings are the swarm's hounds of war. They may look small, but these little monsters can tear a marine apart faster than you can empty his Gauss rifle.
Oh, they literally just swarmed and pulped everyone. They just popped balloons of meat.
Both for added context and as a reminder from the Terran video, a Marine's Gauss rifle has about 100 rounds per magazine and a fire rate of 30 rounds per second. And we lowballed the standard CMC 400 powered combat suit to have 60% of the durability of Astartes armor. A lovely...
Just that reminder, remember how in lore Astartes armor is supposed to be really good. For anyone who plays the game, it feels like Astartes armor is paper. Maybe that's just me thinking that, but also I roll a lot of ones, so I'm not the right person to ask.
Case of, nice gun wall you got there. Cool, you wiped out waves 1 through 3, but in the time it took you to do that, waves 4 through 10 of the methamphetamized murder bugs made base-to-base contact.
Oh yeah, they're basically Florida bugs. Utterly deranged, will do anything, hyped up on adrenaline, and will crackle and run at everything in utter aggression. It's just Florida bugs. Huh.
Also, don't rely on the high ground to keep you safe for long, since they can also climb sheer vertical surfaces. Funniest of all is that the Zergling DNA strain is so simple and well-refined that a single larva, The basemost Zerg creature from which everything in the swarm's biosphere morphs can pupate into 2 separate Zerglings.
Oh, so they're exponential. Ooh. Yeah, I see. This is definitely the case of we need more flame. All the flame. Just more. Burn it all. Just treat it like an orc.
But wait, there is more. Since depending on which brood you are facing... Quick intermission. Broods are the Zerg version of hive fleets. Technically the same species, but oftentimes containing different modifications.
Oh, so they're not always playing the same type. In-game, they probably had different attributes you could choose from.
Rare creatures, and specializing in different ways of combat. Resuming, you can be beset by 2 of the most prominent strains of Zergling. The aptly named Raptorling, adopted by the primary Zerg swarm brood, which mutated large membranous wings that further increase its speed, allow it to make longer leaps and jumps due to the limited burst of low flight they offer, and through which they can scale cliff sides in heartbeats. Or Swarmlings, a further streamlining of
It has a fin? I mean, it looks cool, but why?
the Zergling genus, which allows not for 2, but 3 individual Swarmlings to spawn from a single larva.
I don't care how the look goes, man. That takes it from exponential to ya fucked. Zerg Swarm, of course. It's literally the name.
Near instantly, rather than the almost half a minute normal Zergling gestation
So it's more and faster. Are there like competitive games where these guys are just banned or something? Because it seems like there's no way around this.
takes. Which, in turn, allows broods that have adopted it to not only recover, but surplus attrition rates that would make Peter Turbo, or the average Krieger, go...
Peter Turbo? I have no idea who that is. I'm pulling an utter blank on this one.
Oh, that's a bit appalling.
Oh, Perturabo. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just dropped the ball on that one.
In it. And finally, as a cherry on top, in the midst of battle, Zerglings are capable of mutating themselves into Banelings, a blob the size of a space marine, filled to bursting with acid capable of melting through starship hulls.
Oh god, they're these things. Oddly enough, this is a unit, but I don't think the Tyranids have it. They might. Ripper Swarms? I think that's... Is that Zerg? No. Is that Tyranid or Necron? I don't actually remember. But like the small little guys who move fast and then blow up. 1, oh, I hate them so much. 2, I hate them so much because one of the games you play is you move them in and then you move something bigger to distract and then the enemy doesn't see it because it's so small and right out of their line of view that they forget it's there. It's like, okay, I control this objective because I got it. Oh, wait, I moved off it. I don't control it. You have something there that I just can't see because it's literally so small I couldn't even see it because there's a tiny piece of a wall there. I'm not repressing anger at all on this one. But yeah, this actually is something that happens a lot because I'm also told orc bombs do that with squigs. This is something that a lot of alien races in 40k do. And they're all a bitch. So this is not so much like, oh god, why are they able to do this? And more, oh god, they can also do this. Oh. Yeah, they fit in really well. Would it be enough to win? I don't know. Would it be enough to survive? Oh, easily. Yeah. The 3-to-1 right there outdoes a lot of 40k stuff because orcs can do that, but they take a little time. But they can. And it's not 3-to-1. It's 3-2. I just respawn the entire army given enough time. Orcs are bullshit. They infest things. They never go away. Because for them, breathing spreads the spores. They're fungus. They do that. But we're not looking at the orcs. We're looking at Tyranids who... There is always a sum total of biomass for them, which is usually absurd. But it seems like the Zerg kind of ignore that and just say, fuck you, equivalent exchange of mass. I'm just going to make extra.
That can roll around at about the speed of an unaugmented Zergling, so still pretty fast. Which
Also, I'm being told by Alex, actually I'm going to pull this up because this does answer a very big question. Swarmlings are campaign exclusive. No competitive play. As for how OP they feel, well, like... I took them occasionally when playing the campaign, and they cost too much larva, so I take raptors. Again, termites. Termites can sacrifice themselves to become sticky traps for invading predators. I did not know that about termites. And certain species of ants do similar. Huh, I guess these are ant-coded.
Explodes in a wide area upon impact. Hormagaunts might be built heavier and with more penetrative power of their claws and teeth, but one of these can melt 20 or so of them, possibly more, depending on how clumped up they are. Conversely,
Yeah. Although, if we're talking about it directly, none of the matter that you see for the Tyranids matters to the Tyranids. Because again, for 40k side, they would care. For Tyranid side, it's not. It's like the equivalent of just shooting a flare into the dark and see if anything's revealed. They're the utter throwaway units. It's the only thing that 40k actually engages with the Tyranids. So far, that could very well change lore-wise.
to these little buggers, on the very opposite weight category, we have
The biggest Zerg badass of them all is the aptly named Ultralisk. This beast of war is a true monster. Once it's released onto the battlefield, there ain't much that can stand in its way.
So this would be the equivalent of a knight probably in 40k, and I would say it probably wins by default. The equivalents for them in the Tyranid on 40k are kind of... Yeah. It looks like it's outmassing quite a bit.
And live to tell the tale.
a big bastard of a bug that
Yeah.
matches Thor's, which are the same size as Warlord Titans, in both size and tonnage.
Oh yeah, they win. They're better. Because the 40k Titan equivalent is utter trash. I'm very much basing it on tabletop, though, so that's probably not the right way to look at it. Yeah. In lore, I have no idea how strong they are. I've only ever seen them on table, oddly enough. And they look cool. The Tyranid's Titan equivalent is... I would be very afraid to pick it up. Let's put it that way.
As it is capable of squishing machines in the weight class of a Lehman Russ battle tank or an Astartes Rhino, with the same effort it takes an industrial
that's cool.
jackhammer to do the same to a soda can. When it comes to viable ground-based Titanic Tyranid creatures, the only one I was able to find that comes in that particular size category is their Dominatrix.
You wouldn't paint thigh highs and long gloves on your Neurolictor. Huh. They painted the gloves on them. And thigh highs with the actual... Of course they did. And I have not seen this unit before because I have not looked up any of the new Tyranid stuff, so he knows more about this one than I do. Of course they did, though.
No, not like that. I meant this.
Are we sure about that? Are you sure about that?
And while both are a fairly high investment to produce, the Dominatrix...
Just to quote Sarah's, this is how the Gene Stealer cult starts. Yeah. Oh, that's big. I have not seen this model. Huh. The one I knew was the Bio Titan, and that's huge, but has 4 very spindly legs made of resin. And if you know any, I don't mean 3D printed resin. I mean Forge World resin. Don't.
is far more expensive in terms of biomass cost, as it is, technically speaking, the personal DMPC of a Norn Queen, being one of, if not the biggest, synaptic nodes for the...
And even then, the Norn Queens, their lore might be changing a bit, but it seems like they were initially just the synaptic node for the entire swarm, which of the entire fleet, but only a node then to the hive mind itself, external to the galaxy, so... Thanks. Also, Cyber mentioned this is probably an old Apocalypse model. Oh, okay. That would make sense. Yeah.
Hive Fleet's troops that can manifest powerful psychic phenomena, as well as a portable factory, birthing new bioform horrors directly onto the battlefield.
Oh yeah,
Opposite
16-inch
of
range.
it,
That's definitely Apocalypse rules.
the Ultralisk might not look that imposing, but we have to take into account
Compared to how things go for the Tyranids are really good at swarm tactics and really good at one giant-ass hero unit to just get in there and fuck you up if you're not used to it. Distraction card effects for a reason. Or an overlord with wings, because fuck those things. But they're not good on the higher end, at least on tabletop. In lore, they're supposed to be a little of everything. They just don't see it because usually at that point you're already lost. But they should theoretically have them, but they're not displayed well. It's something that GW just doesn't focus on because a lot of the storylines just don't focus on them. It's more the individual fighting up front, up close and personal with chainsaws and bolters. You don't get to the giant Titan-sized things that often. Just that you have them, but they're not really ever the set piece for a scene. As opposed to Titans, who are very much a set piece for a scene.
Count that as a platform, it is far more plentiful, due to being a dedicated combat creature rather than a synaptic node. In a few instances, it also quote-unquote spawns units, because some Ultralisks have swarms of broodlings.
Okay, 1, kinky. 2, yeah, this is definitely superior to the Tyranids on this one. I have this weird thing where I think the power scaling of them is at the lower level, the Zerg might have, the Zerg might have the advantage, but I don't know. It could go either way. At the mid level to the, oh god, huge level, I think it's going to the Zerg all the way. But then when you go to the, okay, what the fuck level, it's not actually going to be in a game and no one is ever going to reach the level where this competition is going to get this high end to the point where there's just ship-to-ship combat, and you go into the entirety of the actual ships are literally just part of the same biomass that just take them back in and then use all of the army as a gun. We don't go that high, and I have no idea what the Zerg would do at that level. But again, for the Tyranids, that's just the exploratory fleet of, hey, fuck around over here and see what you find out. Units. All we're looking at right now is the chaff from the Tyranids, so I have no idea how high-end and admittedly useless-ended the Zerg can get.
Relatively small slabs of flesh with attached teeth and claws that are so supercharged with aggression-inducing hormones and fluids that they expire seconds after being removed from their host creature due to their violent biology. Which is usually enough for them to shred whatever it was that took down their host after they burst out of the beast when it is slain.
Dude, that's
obviously, however, its true terror is displayed up close and personal. While devoid of any ranged forms of death dealing, you need to bring out the Titan-grade guns to properly put it down, or at the very least dedicated armor-piercing ammunition, since it's...
Or a void grenade. I mean, not many people have those, for obvious reasons. But they do exist, and some of the Imperial Guard, the Leman, not the Lemans, well, some variation of the Leman, and a lot of the Baneblade variations have exactly those guns. And they're a lot more plentiful than Space Marines, which, even though Space Marines are the poster child, they're actually incredibly rare in universe. It's just weird to not focus on them. These are kind of, again, the poster child. They're everywhere. They're carrying the flag. They are the identity of the franchise, but most fights aren't them, which oddly enough works out pretty well, because who would be best against these guys would be the squishy humans who have the, oh god, we need one thing dead now at range. Yeah.
Carapace and hide are thick enough to shrug off things capable of obliterating Astartes. And
yeah. I'm not disagreeing with any of this. I think right now, the Zerg might have one up on the Tyranids until you get to the utter bullshit levels that even 40k doesn't deal with. But I'd probably give them not just what they survive, but they would probably outdo in any individual situation. Also, Sin, you're a fan of the Imperial Guard for a reason? Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like GW's writers rarely are fans. Gaunt's Ghosts and Sci-Fi's Kane being the exceptions.
Once engaged in close quarters, Ultralisks bring a bulk and musculature capable of throwing around Warlord Titan-sized targets, paired with 4 scythe-like bladed claws, evolved...
Also, just the obvious part, is that a face in there? That's fucked up. It's probably a tongue. It just looks really odd in the close-up. Titans are described as sometimes being fast and sometimes being slow, depending on who's riding them. But Warlords are huge. They're some of the biggest. And they do get thrown around in lore, too. This is something that you see. And Imperator Titans have also been shown getting thrown around. But their scaling is, I have one, it's unique, fuck you. So it can be whatever you want. But yeah, Tyranids do not really keep up at this level.
With monomolecular edges. Honestly, if, keyword if, one of these manages to properly charge through the annihilating weaponry and grabs on, it is liable to snip through the leg of an Imperator Titan. So whatever you do...
And there's actually videos of that happening. Well, not videos, but like in-lore examples of this being a thing that happens. So it's not like this is outside of the realm of possibilities. Like, the Titan could ever have this. Like, no. It already happens in 40K's direct canon lore. For as canon as anything in 40K gets.
When it goes, hit me, fight me,
Give me a hug.
Just don't.
Yeah, I know that line. I really love Sword Art Online Abridged. I know what it actually is, but I'm just going to throw that for the one person who's now having nerd rage.
All of that is also without considering the variations of the template you encounter. Because among some broods exists a strain that exudes clouds of toxic gas, while among others rumbles another, which, upon being dealt a killing blow, will collapse and encase itself in a cocoon. If it is also not blasted apart, the Ultralisk that you thought you solved the problem of will burst out, good as new, and this time personally upset, which, if
oh, they got a Phoenix attachment. One is AoE, the other is fuck you, I don't stay dead. Which is great if they're not on their own, but if they're on their own, you could probably shoot them down. But if they aren't on their own, and if something else can distract long enough, you get more back. Oh, that is pretty, man.
not slain shortly after reviving, can repeat the process indefinitely. Lastly, though cheaper, you can always pay extra to pimp this ride out.
Oh?
When it comes to the design of its bioforms, the swarm's guiding principle is efficiency, both in function and mass production directly from larvae. Ultralisks are the pinnacle of those endpoints. However, just like the Tyranids, when special circumstances occur, the Zerg are not above spawning a custom job for the task. Exemplified again with the Ultralisk. At the highest controlling Zerg organism's directive, vast quantities of biomass can be infused within one of these behemoths in order to fuel their metamorphosis into one of two additional strains. First being...
Also, the size depictions are very different between the art and the in-game. Like, the in-game one, that's pretty big. It's like 2 streets wide. Huge. And then there's this one, which is just like, oh, hello, Apocalypse Dragon of better than an entire mountain range size. That's terrifying. Yeah. And of course, Cyber mentioned, I need to see an apocalypse or apocalypse. Oh, jeez. And according to James, yeah, campaign let you play the power fantasy. Ooh. And according to Pixie, I'm just going to pull up the comment as well. Also, since you can mass produce Ultralisks, you have 5 of these fuckers, so kill one and then kill the others while dealing with the first one so it doesn't revive. Yeah, the game is very much not in scale. Kind of figures much. Classic RTS scaling. Would be funny if they redid it with scaling and they didn't break it. That last part's the important part. There's a mod that makes every unit lore accurate. You can't really play it. Because it wouldn't be designed for that, unfortunately, and that makes sense. That would be cool, though. Especially if you could just break terrain so you could do things like that. Oh, I would love to see what that looks like.
in order to fuel their metamorphosis into one of 2 additional strains. First being the Omegalisk, which is just a regular Ultralisk, except on major steroids, as its size increases by half or more. Second, and more lethal of these not really efficient sinks of resources, is the Brutalisk. Referred to by some as the pinnacle of the swarm's ground combat monstrosities, stated to dwarf the Ultralisk in both size, durability, and strength, replacing its twin sets of scythe blades.
Maybe this is just me, but the insectile aesthetic isn't really present on this one, and I keep thinking more reptile. It's a weird thing to say, but it does look more reptilian. It's just the face and the teeth and the jaws. I don't know why. Because it hasn't that big of a difference, but it just doesn't look like the insect aesthetic, yeah.
With massive jaws and impaling limbs, and also comes equipped with a form of ranged attack. Namely, a torrent of acidic bile capable of breaching the hulls of starships that...
Starships? Oh, damn. And its entire attack is literally vomiting on its enemies. Yeah.
...ventured far too low into a planet's orbit. Now, I feel the need to state openly, I'm not declaring that the Tyranids can't make anything that big. Obviously, if the hive mind concluded there was a need for such a spectacular dump of biomass, its Norn Queens would whip something up.
Yeah, but also they just normally don't care. And this is because GW doesn't favor them as a faction, so they just haven't put as many big units in there or small units, and they don't really get many upgrades. So, yeah, the faction creep doesn't usually hit the Tyranids, unless it's Psyker units, in which case they seem to get a few more every now and again, and you should kill them all on sight.
This is merely to show that the Zerg can play in the proper Kaiju scale too, as well
Although the actual kaijus they do have, and I said it before, and I'll say it again, they're beautiful models, and we'll leave it at that.
as with the gargantuan burrowing transport type of bioform that allows floods of the swarm to quickly and relatively safely traverse ground from within a planet's crust.
Oh, and that's where it showed them breaking out of the mouth. Okay.
Amusingly enough, while somewhat slow above ground, Brutalisks can burrow through it at remarkable speeds, carving deep tunnels beneath locations. A suitable point to bring the spotlight to one of the Zerg's signature abilities, burrowing. All of their ground breeds are capable of this skill, where they vibrate billions of tiny muscles across their bodies at a low frequency, which breaks up earth, rock, and vegetation, allowing the creatures to quote-unquote swim through the ground at near running speeds.
That's actually not the dumbest thing I've heard, because one of the ways you can move through loose earth is by vibrating it to loosen it up so that it's not as hard clumped. I've seen this done in some various forms of production, but I've never heard about going through deeper things. But if we're talking about space magic bugs, sure, why not?
Though it is of particular note for their roaches and infestor breeds, who use it to infiltrate enemy encampments, the latter of which is capable of spreading disease, infesting enemies into more Zerg, and mind-controlling other entities via neural parasites linked with the infestor itself.
Oh, damn.
As well as for the two mutations of the Hydralisk, the Lurker and the Impaler, ambush predators who attack from underground, the former unleashing rows of spikes that skewer lighter targets by the squad load, while
So basically, it's the stronger version of the Gene Stealers. I haven't had to play against them much, and the one time I did, the guy left early, so the game didn't even happen. But I've heard from people who have used them that these kind of ambush tactics are a bitch to deal with.
the latter does so with a single long-ranged impaling tendril capable of ripping through the armored hulls of Thors. Personally, however, I believe the skies are where the Zerg are more liable to shine. Gracing the atmospheres of 40k with their terror, the flying, nearly orca-sized Mutalisks will quickly make the anti-air industry of any race boom.
Yeah, because while there are flying units for the Tyranids, they are in no way, shape, or form the faction focus. They're more like a, we have them. They have a plane equivalent, and that's all I'm going to say. It's there. It's a thing. I think a lot of my commentary can be boiled down as Tyranids, while they are great in lore, in terms of units and faction focus, they're kept incredibly simple because it's just not focused on by the company itself. Which is kind of disappointing, honestly, because they are a very fascinating faction. Oh god, I'm going to say something nice about Blizzard. Blizzard has done a good job making the Zerg a faction that is kind of insane and is terrifying and is fleshed out enough to really support its own hype. Good job, Blizzard. Yeah.
Despite their size, through the use of their wings and the excretion of volatile gases throughout the length of their bodies, they fly faster than any Terran ship and most of their fighter craft, which, in terms of function,
It's literally
efficiency,
fart-powered.
and performance, are comparable to those of the Tau, with exceptions being things like high-end engines getting supercharged for brief bursts of speed. But while those machines need to resume normal function after several seconds, or risk severe malfunction, the serpentine predators of the swarm can keep up the pace constantly, thanks to their supremely optimized metabolism.
Also, I'm just going to correct myself. Zim, you made a very valid point. No, good job, old Blizzard. Very valid point. I stand corrected. And we need more underwater combat in sci-fi. Magtar, I'm not sure about underwater, but Valkyries of Ran is doing on-water combat for ship-based units and height-based flying aspects, so I'm looking into that one right now.
On top of that, thanks to the agility and musculature of their serpentine bodies and wings, Mutalisks are capable of enacting sudden, near-instant turns, stops, drops, ascends, weaves, and other skybound
Space
maneuvers
laser.
with precision that almost no machine is capable of. You gotta wait for the Protoss video to hear about those. All of which, together with their speed, they regularly achieve both in atmosphere and in the vacuum of space.
Because it's not just wing-based. Why are they flapping their wings? Biological imperative? Let's just go with that one. Ugh. Also, this is Blizzard before Bobby Kotick and Activision. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Also, the more you learn about Bobby Kotick, the more you're like, oh god, why is this guy even a thing?
Paired with this nigh supreme mobility is also a terrifying weapon known as a glaive worm. How it came to be is actually kind of funny. You've probably seen news and videos of parasites infesting the mouths of fish, where they eat away their tongues and nestle themselves in their place, effectively replacing it.
No, I hadn't seen that. I would have liked to never see that. Why did you have to include that? Oh, God. Oh, that is... Oh. I'm going to distract myself. Dazrat, 1, thank you, 2. Well, no, Airier. They mainly fly from the gases. Flapping their wings is vestigial behavior from the original species. Oh. Wait. So the original species, I'm assuming it was infestation that brought them into the Zerg then, as opposed to being from the original species of Zerg. Okay, that makes more sense.
Well, on the homeworld of the Mantis Screamers, the species from which the Mutalisk was created, existed a parasitic worm that would basically do the same by infesting the roosts of the Screamers.
It seems like, even though they're all about evolution, a lot of the Zerg were about co-opting other evolutions, it seems like. Or am I misreading that?
Where it would eat its way into their, cloacal cavity and replace their ovipositor organ in order to leach nutrients from the creatures. When the Zerg...
Why did they have to give it hands? What? They gave it hands.
creatures. When the Zerg devoured the Mantis Screamers, the creation of the Mutalisk was derived from the parasited ones, as they fully united the two beasts' genomes, where now the Mutalisks gestate and produce the worms as living ammunition, which, similar to the Broodling, have aggression and bodily functions dialed up past the point of living beyond more than a minute, which are fired at short range.
Oddly enough, this is a lot of the ranged weaponry for the Tyranids that are not just bile-based or some kind of psychic-based. A lot of the actual guns are literally this. It's actually just this. Like the bio-weapons, all of them are usually... The projectile is a acid-spewing, fleshy parasite or a grub of some kind. So this fits in perfectly, actually. Also, I'm just going to pull up the comment quickly. And Siren mentioned, because they show the investors, look, I was head of this company during its most successful era, ignoring the fact that said company started failing because their policies left cause they knew. Yeah. Bobby Kotick got a lot of money, fucked over the company. It's failing, but he left, so it looks like he was running it and he'd run it well. Even if his problems already made the entire company kind of fall apart. Also, don't forget bioplasma. Yep. Yeah, that's the other one that I just don't know a lot about. I know of it. It's basically just bio everything. Everything that they do that's not psyker-based is some type of biological function made into a projectile or physical body aspect. It's kind of insane. And Purple, the Zerg are basically the galaxy's biggest genetic library. But it sounds like they also would have corrupted the library itself and started highlighting and blocking out words they don't like. It's like they got into a library, stole it, and then started scribbling in the margins.
The difference between them and Broodlings, however, which is also where their glaive name comes from, is that the worms are so ravenous that after ripping into a target for a brief burst of violence, they will then leap onto new subsequent targets to repeat the process until they expire, thus shredding through enemies both in the air and on the ground that tend to cluster together. In case squadron formations or swarming gargoyles don't find the Mutalisk too scary, there's also the Scourge. Remember Banelings? Big suicide bombs of acid that can melt through capital ship plating and violently explode in a wide area? Well, the Scourge is that, but quintuple the size and thus its deadly payload, which is actually...
I have no idea which one of these is the Scourge. Or is it the big one up here? Because, oh god. No, I think that's supposed to say Scourge right there. Oh, okay.
Bioplasma rather than mere acid, which can be produced at the same frequency as Zerglings due to how simple its genetic sequence is.
TLDR, masked, evil, exploding, flying test. Oh my god, yeah.
And in a straight line...
With teeth! Don't forget the with teeth part.
Again, both in atmosphere and in open space, can fly faster than Mutalisks. And while it is not the only Zerg bioform to make use of bioplasma, the Swarm's dedicated starship hunters, the Devourer and the Corruptor, who are both slightly larger than Thunderhawks, gestate and utilize spore and ink-based substances that, respectively, consume or outright destabilize matter on a...
Okay, 1, damn. 2, I have no idea about the Tyranids' in-flight capability, or sorry, space capabilities beyond Norn Queens being utter bullshit. And since at that level, I don't think it's fleshed out nearly as much, even though they do have units within the Battlefleet Gothica. I just don't know nearly enough about those options, so I can't really comment on them. I know there is something, but that's about the extent of what I got for Tyranids on that, so I can't say anything further.
Molecular level, so not even the thickest of armor can protect ships.
But that kind of molecular disassembly is, oddly enough, not a Tyranid thing, but something the Eldar and the Dark Eldar specifically really use a lot of. So this kind of technology is, again, it just fits in really well. Like for the Terrans, they might upset the system. The Zerg kind of just work if they were introduced whole cloth as a update to the Tyranids. No one would bat an eye because they kind of fit perfectly with the setting unintentionally.
Regardless of size from them, as coming into contact with said compounds will cause whatever they impacted to break apart and slosh off of itself. Despite this, I'd wager that most of the Warhammer fans are not really that impressed, but might appreciate the Zerg's greatest air and voidborne asset.
I mean, I am. I think it's very impressive so far. I'm easily impressed, though, because the Tyranids, while being medically really cool in lore, kind of get the shaft in play really bad.
As it is finally something that naturally stands in the weight class of 40k, the Leviathan. Gargantuan behemoths, created from a race of space whales that were psionically lured to the swarm by their overmind, who can often be confused for minor stellar bodies, as they average a 12-kilometer-long bulk, equaling and exceeding some of the mightiest battleships of the 41st millennium.
12 kilometers. I'm actually kind of curious about that. 1, 12 kilometers is bullshit. 2, how big are 40k ships by comparison? You know, I probably thought I knew this one. I don't actually know this one. How long are 40k ships? I think they're usually around just a kilometer in general, if it's on a huge size. Gonna pull up the Lex Cannon. We'll do the equivalent of... There's battleships. Let's go with that one. The Emperor, Apocalypse, Oberon, Victory, Vanquisher. I'm not sure which one's the best one, so we'll just go with the very first one. The Apocalypse class, which is probably the Oh God Y size. What we're looking at right here is the not actually the normal one. Nova Cannon, few battleships. It's apparently very large. I can't quite see how big it is. Oh, they have art. Nice. As Gothic Armada, yeah. I can't see any details on sizing. That's disappointing. So these are the utter top end. I want to see if they just outmass it in general. Although I do know that sometimes the largest ships in 40k are not actually the warships. While they're more often used... Oh, they've been around for a while. Battlefleet Gothic Rulebook even. No hard numbers, unfortunately. So I can't say if that is bigger or smaller than 40k stuff. 40k does have a lot of mega structures, and for living ones, I have no idea how big the Norn Queen fleets are. But again, that also could very much be... They are as big as the plot needs them to be, so... Maybe? It's really hard to say.
That are not Gloriana class. literal floating biosphere.
Oh, so according to Croc, actually, he just answered the question. Heavy battleships are 8 to 12 kilometers, and Dazrat mentioned 40K battleships are in the 10-kilometer range. So this just keeps up, but it's fully biological. Not bad.
Whose insides cavern with tunnels and chambers hidden beneath so much flesh and bone that Terran scanners are incapable of breaching deep enough to map them all. Several Leviathans were able to successfully blockade a star system, preventing Terran reinforcements from coming to the aid of the planet being invaded by the swarm at the time.
Oh, damn.
A feat made possible by their ability to gestate and spawn Zerg flyers, creating their own miniature escort flotillas, as well as their offensive capabilities. For long range, a Leviathan can spit out globules of bioplasma that are half a kilometer in diameter, so roughly a quarter to a third the length of an Imperial frigate.
On the one hand, oh god. On the other hand, how far away are they sending that? How fast is it moving? Those two very much matter.
Or bigger, depending on the individual creature. Separately from the fully fledged bioforms they can spawn, Leviathans also disgorge bile swarms, missile-shaped organisms that ram themselves into, and oftentimes through, ships and fighter craft. In close quarters combat, they utilize their colossal jaws and a multitude of hollow, impaling tendrils, with which they can either actually tear ships into pieces, or, depending on the directive given to them by the controlling Zerg, inject...
Was a Terran ship flying with a Zerg? It's probably in-universe cutscene stuff. Okay. Ooh, also, I'm going to pull up the comment quickly. Ooh, one, thank you for the jewels, Max. And there are apparently 2 breeds of Zerg Leviathans, and isn't an ancestor that is Behemoth. One is the cinematic model, the other is the gameplay model. The cinematic one is speculated to be bigger. Damn. Keep in mind, heavy battleships, flagships of most fleet, cruisers are 4 to 7 kilometers, for example. Yep. And Imperial battleships range between 8 and 12 kilometers, although some far larger vessels have been constructed. And there's Gloriana, which are all over the place, because I've heard the size is whatever the hell you want it to be. So it's really hard to say. And Leviathans can hyperspace jump. Ooh, nice.
Some, or all of the tens of thousands of varied bioforms that can dwell within their corpulent bulks into said ships via the Nidus worm-sized tendrils. And, a final surprise, they are also capable of biomantic psionic phenomena, such as manifesting and sending out biofilms over a large area, which envelop, trap, and freeze whatever is caught within them in a form of nearly unbreakable stasis cocoons that last for as long as the beast can maintain its psionic focus on them.
Oh, they literally say not dealing with you now. Oh, that's bullshit. Also, Dazrat, nope, Glorianas are 20 to 30 kilometers long. I've heard that, but I've also heard some of the specialty ones for some of the Primarchs were specifically smaller than that, but most of them were much larger, but also because they're all individualized.
Void Warfare is, of course, not their only specialization.
I don't remember which one
As
it was,
the primary form of transport for the swarm across the vastness of space, Leviathans can also rain the army scurrying within their bowels down on new worlds
they
via
survive
specialized
re-entry.
drop pods that can withstand atmospheric re-entry.
Oh.
But what I think is even more impressive than that, not only are their massive bulks able to operate in atmosphere, like the capital ships of the Terrans, but the Leviathans can even land on planets and subsequent...
Oh, the gravity doesn't fuck them up. Actually, at their size, I wonder if gravity would start being affected by them. Huh. Also, that's right. You might be thinking of the Abyss-class ships Lorgar made out of nowhere. They were bigger than Glorianas. Actually, for the ones that are bigger than Glorianas, I'm not sure if it was Glorianas, but I know for the standard battleships, the largest ones were the transports because they were not meant for battle, so they just had less armor and they were more just all the mass inside them. They were the equivalent of, transport ships. Literally like freighters on the sea, for example. And so plot contrivance? I mean, you can say that for almost anything, unfortunately. But a lot of this is moving on with, if it wasn't plot contrivance, what then?
Take off with no issue. All that is to say that while there is more diversity of savagery among the hive fleets, the lethality of its organisms is not an avenue in which the swarm is utterly outmatched.
Also, when I say that it's bigger than most ships, I'm not talking Glorianas, because I think those are established as being the biggest one, and I'm not even going to bring up what Lorgar did, because I don't want to give him respect.
Particularly when it comes to its personal advantages, on which I'll expand more later. But right now, I'd just like to touch on arguably the most lesser of them,
Oh?
namely regeneration. All Zerg
I mean, how much regeneration? Are we talking like it heals or, oh god, it came back from nothing like some of the other previous units we've seen?
including their buildings that are also living creatures, are tailored to have built-in regeneration.
Oh, it's the buildings.
While for the Tyranids, this is more so a privilege reserved for their most important bioforms.
Yep.
I must clarify though, while it is a universal trait across the species, it is not distributed equally.
Although that does make sense for an in-lore reason. For Zerg, they're just supposed to be everywhere, and they just have to be strong everywhere. For the Tyranids, they're throwaway units. It's a literal case of they're not going to survive the end of this battle because either they die, and when we win, we eat their biomass, or they jump into a giant digestion pool and we re-eat their biomass. They're not meant to survive, so regeneration wouldn't help because then it'd be harder to eat them. Hell, even the named characters who are actually sort of characters are explicitly going to be remade where needed by the swarm. It's why you can have characters like Old One-Eye, which is a one-eyed, I think, obviously Tyranid. And it has been seen in multiple places and killed, but it keeps coming back because it keeps being remade. Because it's just how they function. They're not meant to be durable units. And the few that are, even then, are intentionally still mass-producible, but just never really worth it. Because it's always about the comparison between, okay, we could put this much biomass in it, and we could do all these things, but also we don't need to, and we're not going to waste it. Yeah.
Instead, it functions more like a spectrum, ranging from biological immortality, meaning that Zerg organisms whose biology is not lethally overclocked can live indefinitely
Which is a lot of
and
them.
cannot die of old age, through essentially a healing factor that maintains creatures like the Mutalisks and Roaches if they are not outright killed, to the corpses of dead Zerg reviving and fully restoring themselves when given the appropriate psionic stimuli.
Damn.
Since, to the Swarm,
Death irrelevant, only essence important.
generally, these rancid bugs' flesh in of itself is a blight that can infect the very soil of a world and can be
Okay, I will admit that line was pretty cool because it does highlight the parts he was talking about earlier, where it's like the essence as one of their driving, or it was their driving factor for the cycle. Yeah.
become nearly as difficult to root out as orcs. There are solutions to it.
The only cure for Zerg infestation is purification by fire.
But if they are not utilized,
I mean, that would never be a problem to the Imperium because that's already what they do regardless. Or I'll pull up your comment 1 second. All right. I wanted to suggest Noah Jervis video about both his games retrospective and travelogue can get very long, like when he goes to the IRL Fallout places. That might be cool. I'm not sure how long they are, so it may or may not make it in the list, but I'll definitely add that in. 1 second. To the list with you. That sounds fun. Huh.
chunk of Zerg becomes a biohazard that can seep into the ground and begin absorbing nutrients from it, regardless if they are organic or inorganic, since
Yeah, which is slightly more than what the orcs do, because they're strictly fungus and going for organic matter.
the Zerg can sustain themselves off of various minerals, ores, and metals as well, until it eventually regrows and evolves itself back into a functioning bioform. Prime example is one of Egon Stetman's pet projects. Within a few months, what began as a small clump of near-dead tissue with signs of necrosis that was kept in a controlled environment with minimal nutrient intake grew into a man-sized organism with a neural cortex that became kind of aware of its surroundings outside its containment tank, quote-unquote playing dead when people approached, and even began attempts to escape, such as secreting substances that turned its nutrient solution more acidic and worked on breaking down its prison of metal and glass.
Okay, 1, damn. 2, That's definitely showing the evolution or the willing or ability to change their own biology to be very effective. That's cool.
By what means it achieves this is one of the species' greatest strengths, about which we'll talk further in the video. As first, I believe it is better to go over the other great similarity between them and the Tyranids, their hive mind. To begin that, however, we need to familiarize ourselves with the Void, the StarCraft analog.
Is that a shell off the back of it or just part of the terrain? I have no idea.
To the Warp.
Oh, dropping back into this.
Expand upon it and the Xel'Naga, StarCraft's old ones, more in a separate video, which should appear in the corner of your screen now. But I won't dive deep into them here in order to keep the videos focused properly on the Zerg. All that you need to know about the Xel'Naga in particular, to contextualize in this video, is that they are beings of conscious will, not bound by the need for worship, who combined ethereal science together with mind-boggling psychic might, which, power-wise, on average across the species...
Also, I'm being told that previous image, according to Dazrat, was its ass. Good to know. Is a parachute ass.
Will, not bound by the kicks of the artificial gods of the Eldar, Orcs, and the Catan, but below the Chaos gods, who are fundaments of existence itself. More important...
I know I mentioned it earlier, but I'm still going to disagree with them being fundaments of existence. And I know that in lore, people would disagree because there are conflicting bits of that. We've already mentioned, so I won't harp on it, but it is something that is... It's contentious.
Important to this overview, however, is their dimension of origin, which, as a brief side note, does not have anything to do with the other warp dimension that is used for FTL in StarCraft.
Oh, wait, it doesn't? See, that's actually news to me. I did not know that. I just figured, okay, you're probably going through the void when you use FTL because they're doing it in another dimension. Nope, it's a third dimension that they're accessing. Huh, I wonder how that functionally works out.
Normally, the energies of the void are entropic, destabilizing and damaging. Not inherently corruptive like the warp, but destructive. When coming into contact with matter, they unmake it on a subatomic level, while contact with other forms of energy
reactions,
causes their flow to be disrupted, broken, and ultimately snuffed out. This matters to us for the purpose of this overview, because the Zerg hive mind psionic link is made out of void energy.
Oh.
It may not have the terrifying perk that is the shadow.
See, that's odd. Oh, no, wait, this actually makes sense. Because they weren't initially a hive mind, and that was artificially induced by one of the Xel'Naga, and since the Zerg don't know about the Void, they can't do anything about it, so the thing that made them the weapon for, I think it was Amon, they can't fuck around with because they don't know that they're being fucked around with themselves. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense.
In the warp, but comes with the special benefits of psionics, namely being tied to and contained within the genetics of its bioforms, thus not inherently subservient to external pressures like the...
You know, normally I think this looks pretty cool. I'm not going to say it about this. This looks really dumb. I don't know why. Nothing about its design should just strike me as this is dumb. But the more I look at it, the more I can think is... No. No. That's just me. Ooh, also, Dazrat, I'm going to pull up your comment. You said it in the Xel'Naga video, but it seems you missed it. Entirely possible, unless I'm thinking about something completely different.
Sides of the warp, or the disruption of blanks, as well as being destructively resistant to outside forces, trying to flood into and subvert it, thanks to the previously established properties of void energy. Attempting to directly dominate and usurp the hive mind's control is a severely taxing endeavor that requires unreasonable quantities of power and control, which, if attempted by 40k psychers, is far more liable to result in chaos cameos than...
Yeah. Chaos spawns, man. They are so weird of a unit. Mostly because if you fuck around with enough model pieces, you make one.
Success. Though it is not fully unassailable, since there are ways to turn their hive mind into a weakness. For example, from the study of that concerning sample, Egon Stetman managed to decode a genetic sequence belonging to the original Overmind entity that held the Zerg together, from which he developed a device that could emit frequencies mimicking this ancient leader, allowing it to turn some bioforms against the rest of the swarm due to confusion of priority command. or through things that interact strangely with void energy, such as the highly prized discovery the Terrans made of something they referred to as Sigma radiation, a type of radiation.
Why would they choose that word? It's probably just because it sounds fancy and it's a Greek letter, but actually, no, that's probably the only reason right there, yeah.
That somehow, as the Terran scientists are not sure, disrupts void energy, which they used in the creation of devices called psi-disruptors, that cause the connection between controlling Zerg and their multitude of other bioforms to break down. Now, it has not been revealed what exactly it is, or how exactly it functions.
I hate the image of these things. Like, just you could tell they're just moving on the fart propulsion. It's all I'm ever going to think about that. Oh, God.
But I personally suspect that the Psi-Destroyer, another similar device, which, instead of merely disrupting the hive mind, caused bioforms connected to it to get violently ripped apart from the inside, must have used this radiation to an amplified effect, which, in simple terms, broke the containment construction of the psionic connection that makes up the hive mind, resulting in the quote-unquote leaking void energy to do what it normally does, e.g. obliterate matter. Unfortunately for the Terrans, Sigma radiation is stupidly rare, due to which not many of these devices were ever created, and the Psi-Destroyer in particular was only ever made once.
In other words, this was something done for Rule of Cool in the game, in the campaign itself, wasn't it? Actually, there's my answer right there in chat. I'm going to pull this up. Because alpha, beta, gamma are types of radiation. Yep. Alpha, beta, gamma, sigma, delta, so on and so forth. Makes sense. Yeah. Greek words, as they use it for different ones. And Sigma radiation isn't as rare resource. It's just the equipment that produce it is very rare, expensive, sensitive. Got it. And the fart drive isn't actually visible in game. It's just all the wing flapping. Oh, the particular VFX result of the Psi-Destroyer. Oh, okay. That is a little better. I thought you actually had to see the fart every time they moved, in which case, I'm glad that's not the case.
Never to be replicated, from what we know at least. Though I should also point out that the bugs were only able to deal with and destroy the device thanks to something rarely seen in such...
What? I'm assuming the rarely seen is whatever this is.
...xenomorphic species, an alliance. Or, well, in this case we're talking more about subjugating symbiosis, as they had brought along with themselves practically a brood's worth of primal Zerg, the original species that the Xel'Naga aim on, uplifted...
Oh, that's what they look like, and they're still around. Does it have hair? I don't know why the hair part is the weird one to me.
...to create the swarm as we know it.
Huh. It has a beard and a back mohawk.
They, unlike quote-unquote regular Zerg, are individualistic creatures that only follow strength and convenience, with the only reason they accepted being brought along with the swarm, which they normally revile, was the prospect of being taken away from their homeworld of Xeris, thus allowing them to hunt, consume, and collect essence from across the cosmos. And because they are not a hive mind, they do not have any kind of psi connection binding them.
How come they haven't just been eaten? Like, are they so overpowered that that's still something even the regular Zerg can't get to? Also, Taryn just mentioned, he old. And Sarah mentioned, there is a catastrophic shortage of primal Zerg fan art. And President of Funny, please don't call it fart propulsion. That's not how it works, and it's not even doing them. Oh, God. And then, just going to pull up Dazrat's comment. Yep, that's Daaka. He has a beard. Okay, and also I noticed he was missing one arm, but there was like just a stump of bone coming out of it. Oh, jeez.
Thus, rendering the Psi-Destroyer absolutely useless against them, allowing them to enter its field, destroy its power supply, and once it shut off, the rest of the Zerg finished the job.
Swarming it, yeah.
A far safer and more efficient way to circumvent the swarm's cohesion is to instead directly bind and mentally reprogram the individual synaptic creatures.
Oh. What? Oh, yeah, because if you're doing psychic bullshit, you could probably do psychic bullshit. That makes sense in its own right.
That act as command nodes for their...
Also, Sin, they weren't eaten due to an alliance that was forged. So that wasn't an in-game thing. That was like something that just happened a long time ago? He's missing 2 arms according to Cyber. Oh. And the old Zerg are extremely powerful. Not sure if they're going to be shown, but basically constant evolution. Ooh. There's unfortunately If someone would finally make a good primal Kerrigan design.
psionic link, using them as a proxy through which to control the broods. That is partly how the Cerberus project got kickstarted, and how the UED enslaved the Swarm during their invasion of the Caprilu sector.
Oh.
Easier said than done, though. To begin with, the very structure of the Zerg hierarchy technically defends against this. Unlike the Tyranids, when it comes to their synapse, rather than investing in expensive, relative to the biomass used to birth them, bioforms with strong direct control of the lesser ones, which are often found close by to the front lines, the Swarm is more feudal, in the sense that control cascades from top to bottom, where the lower rung of synapse creatures only really function as extensions of the higher standing ones. Hence, mind-breaking them is not liable to achieve much, if anything at all. Important addition to that, the controlling Zerg organisms predominantly linger far away from the battle lines and act more akin to modern-day generals rather than ones from antiquity.
Not bad. And of course, the reason you don't see that in 40k is because then they can't sell a model you can play on the table with. Yeah. The IRL reason's kind of not as interesting, though, so we're going to ignore that.
Since we've brought them up, and they're kind of important, please indulge me as we go on a small detour to explore the Swarm's synaptic bioforms.
Actually, no, going back to that thing I just said, because he's indulging, I'm going to indulge myself right here. It is kind of fascinating that the IRL decisions of the medium of the game itself, where it was first created, does show that they can have a differentiation of how characters and models are presented, or how different items are in each faction. For in 40k, you have to have things like, okay, if there's a thing here doing a thing, we want to sell a model for it, so it has to be on the table, so we can't have it act far back where it would be smarter to do it, so it has to make this entire decision, okay, do the dumb, but the dumb is cool looking, so they'll buy it. Where in StarCraft, it looks like the design philosophy is, if it looks cool, we can put it into a cutscene, and we don't need to worry about sales, so that's all we need. And the individual units can just reference it, it doesn't need to be playable itself. So you can do things that make a lot more niche sense. It's not quite to the point of this video, which is all in-universe reasonings, but it is a very fascinating aspect of how the design philosophy of the different factions and how they're built out, and some of the designs they make more or less sense, is directly related to the point they need to serve of, is it a game that's digital or a game that's physical, and what that means.
Under quote-unquote normal circumstances, the only creatures of this kind that can be found forward with the troops are overlords, engorged balloon-like behemoths derived from a semi-intelligent species of spacefaring Xenos that actually volunteered to be assimilated when the Swarm first encountered them in order to avoid extinction, which can only take direct control over other bioforms with extreme effort and...
Hey team, can I float somewhere and look at something for anyone?
Realistically only when higher-standing controlling creatures are not present. Fundamentally, they are purely supportive installations that received very little modification after assimilation, as they were nearly perfect for what the Zerg needed.
Yep. Ooh, also, I'm going to pull up your comment. The Hive Queen is the leader over brood mothers, over queens, over overlords, over everything else. Versus Phantom pointing out killing a Tyranid Nord Queen equals paralyzed swarm and even death of lesser units. Killing a Zero Queen or cerebrate just drives the brood feral and wild until a new queen or leader can be birthed. Yeah. Although I would say the addendum to this is a lot of what we're seeing could be wrong for the full swarm for the Tyranids, because there's no lore for that, because they haven't written themselves into a corner yet. And by that I mean GW's side. They haven't written themselves into a corner by guaranteeing this is what it has to look like, and then everyone else later has to either acknowledge it or do what GW usually does and say, yeah, but we're going to ignore that and do our own thing now. Everything is real except the parts that aren't, and they're real as well. Paraphrasing, but not by much. Everything you see from the Tyranids is throwaway. Although, and this is just my personal take, that lore might change because GW just doesn't want to use that anymore. That happens sometimes. Maybe, maybe not. I doubt it, but it could happen.
Particularly large bulbous brains connected to a vast and complex neural pathway system with innate psionic capability, which makes them practically unmatched when it comes to the transmission of psychic energy, making them damn near perfect broadcasting synaptic nodes used to relay orders between the main controlling creatures and their teeming servile masses. as well as scouts, since the overlords also come equipped with an extremely sensitive
Oh.
array of microscopic filaments that gather sensory and spatial data. Combined with the excellent tailoring of their brains and psionics, this allows them to communicate thoughts and concepts, including complete sentences, to higher command Zerg breeds near instantly.
Sentences?
If necessary, overlords can also mutate into overseers, even more highly specialized reconnaissance bioforms.
It's all the eyes. It's all the eyes, man. Also, these are StarCraft 1 cinematics. Ah.
With a variety of sensory organs so sensitive, they can perceive targets that mask or erase their presence via psionic means. A bug that can see Korax and his sons when they pull their disappearing act. On top of that, overseers are capable of hearing, processing, and understanding Terran speech.
Oh.
Additionally, by incorporating Terran DNA into their genetic makeup, particularly during its later stages of pupation, the creature's creep, we'll talk about this in a bit, glands expand and turn into stores of sentient, unfertilized biomatter, and its organs no longer liquefy into creep, but
What? I have questions. All of them are something along the lines of, why does that sound like they're just going to goop on someone? I'm not even sure if I'm making an innuendo on this one.
instead a nourishing paste. At the Overseer's will, this paste bonds with the biomatter in the sacs, germinating into an insidious infiltrator known with the biomatter in the sacs, germinating into an insidious infiltrator.
Yeah, 9 months later, you get a brother. Yep, I am 5 years old. My humor is 5 years old. Nothing has changed.
Known as a changeling, whose entire body can near perfectly reshape itself to take on the visage of surrounding creatures in order to help it blend in and infiltrate deeper during the limited time of life it has after the Overseer basically spits it out. Additionally,
so it looks like
the
anything you need.
aforementioned biomatter grows and solidifies at exponential rates when exposed to foreign atmospheres on its own, which its host beast can use to suffocate infrastructure by vomiting it in large quantities, which then engulf and stop the function of
Aerial
whatever
attacks.
was misfortunate
Literally
enough
air.
to be caught in the drizzle. Alternatively, overlords can also mutate hollow sacs within their central mass, which can be both hermetically sealed and pressurized, that allow them to transport other Zerg units, up to and including being able to slurp up an Ultralisk, making them the other means of transporting the swarm across the cosmos, secondary to the Leviathans.
Oh.
Now, back on track. While important to the swarm, they are cheap to mass produce, and don't really offer any meaningful subversion avenues.
Subversion? Oh, because other than the one guy who's just like an infiltrator who can look like anything, that's not really their thing, is it? Also, people are mentioning the creep is just all over everything in chat, but I don't know what that means.
Beyond disrupting local packs of bioforms. Higher on the chain above the overlords are the queens.
Oh.
While their bulbous subordinates have the capacity for independent judgment and action, their mental flexibility is severely limited. Though not geniuses themselves, despite their cognitive limitations, queens are actually sapient and capable of growing and evolving through learning, and can also understand human speech. Generally, they can't communicate verbally, but have been observed to converse with other species psionically.
Oh, that's a head. Is that a... What am I looking at? I know that's the queen they're talking about right now, and they're putting their head or their hand on the head, but is that another body, or is that just a claw holding something's head? I can't tell if it's attached or not.
And while their direct command and control are rather limited, they can manipulate their offspring in a multitude of ways. One such is secreting an enzyme that supercharges the innate ability of regeneration in every Zerg organism, be it a bioform or a building, for a brief while, expediting its full recovery from any kind of injury. Said enzyme can also be mixed with a specific compound by the queens, the cocktail of which causes hatcheries to birth larvae at an exponentially higher rate. And finally, they propagate the spreading of creep, a living...
They've mentioned that in the goop before. Okay. Also, Alexander White, they've become a member at the clean shaven level. Thanks, man.
Zerg superorganism.
And I'm being told that was by Terran, a tail holding the Protoss helmet. Oh, okay.
comes in the thick and slimy form of a viscous substance,
What?
which, if left unchecked, can cover entire planets within days.
Oh,
draining
damn.
all nutrients from the crust, as well as any dead or unfortunately living things it envelops.
And yeah, so basically what Tyranids do, but on steroids. Not bad.
Including the corpses of friendly Zerg for recycling, all of which it uses to nourish both the active bioforms and the buildings, uniting every aspect of a colony into a single connected creature.
Huh.
And, as an added bonus, microscopic filaments ingrained within the surface layer of creep allows Zerg bioforms to skate or glide over it, making them
So they probably have more fast movement on home territory in game. I hate touching this stuff. Yeah, let's get off this fast.
much faster, though some brutes have developed strains of creep that offer additional benefits to their armies.
Oh?
Overlords can spread creep by
You just had to get this image of the creep spread. And nothing else about a meme about a Sunday morning on the toilet.
liquefying their organs, don't worry, they can regrow those at will, and spewing it out raw, while queens lay so-called creep tumors, living globs of tissue that accelerate its growth. However, what can be considered as one of the queen's greatest intellectual achievements is redesigning Zerglings to be able to mutate into banelings.
Oh.
On top of their considerable arsenal of acid-covered
They do it on
spines that
purpose?
can be shot out with armor-piercing velocity, infectious spores, and clawed appendages with the strength to rip and tear CMC armor,
Until it is
queens
done
are
even.
rather difficult to capture as living specimens, through which to usurp control of their offspring, because they almost exclusively reside at the heart of hive clusters, the very center and most heavily defended part of a Zerg colony.
In other words, you're most likely never going to get a chance to try and take over one, because if you have the ability to get to them, you've already won the battle and you don't need to take over one. Yeah, unless there's some bullshit plot reasons going on, which, sure, why not? Also, Cyber, the queen is the hen of the main building of the Zerg. Oh. And Tyranids only start digging when they start eating the planet. And they're also the main healer, according to Cyber. Ah.
Unlike what the new StarCraft tabletop wargame implies with its gameplay, these synaptic
I have no idea how the gameplay works. I have only looked at the model, so I was like, oh, that's fine. Doesn't really do it for me look-wise, but it seemed interesting.
bioforms almost never leave their palaces of teeth and claws, as it is literally physically discouraging for them. Referring back to Brenda and Susan, the queen's legs are designed in such a way that when not gliding over the creep, they are very inefficient at covering various kinds of terrain, which
Oh.
is meant to disincentivize them from leaving the hive clusters and promotes focus on increasing their productivity and defending it from harassers and invaders.
Okay.
Essentially, they are the minor nobility that governs and runs individual estates, counties, or provinces, while the ruling aristocracy above them, responsible for the xenomorphic equivalent of nations, are
Huh. Oh, also, I'm going to pull up Terran's comment because this is probably a very interesting aspect here. Queens do have a use in combat and can be seen on the battlefield. Healing on the field and accelerated creep spread are good. So they do battlefield healing. Is it like per unit or AoE? Because if they do AoE heals on top of some of the ultra lists that just say, I don't stay dead, that's just the giant pile of, I'm going to do this thing that you can't deal with and everything else wins around you. Yeah.
the brood mothers.
Also, being told by Purple it's per unit. Not as good, but also not bad still.
Significantly easier to explain, since they are, practically speaking, roided up queens in every aspect.
What?
Physically, they are bigger, stronger, more durable, bereft of mobility impairment, and rather than merely accelerating the larva production of structure creatures
What?
around them, they can birth their very own armies of bioforms directly.
Oh.
Mentally, however, is where the real danger comes in.
More or less.
Their expanded brain matter remove the
More.
cognitive limits of queens, allowing them to conduct complex problem-solving, advanced learning, and the ability to have multiple focuses, to the
Oh.
point where they become sentient.
To give you an idea, people don't focus on multiple things at once. We try, but that's actually because we're switching between focuses, not more than one at a time. So this is like going from really decent hardware, but only so many lines of thought process, to multiple lines of thought at the same time on decent hardware. So The hardware this game was initially designed on versus anything now.
And sapient individuals capable of personal autonomy, further enhanced by their immense psionic prowess, represented both in the overwhelmingly dominating
strong are they?
wills that can subdue all other Zerg organisms, bar some individual exceptions, and the vast range in which they can project it, seasoned with the ability to manifest various psionic powers, most often of the biomancy variety. A finely tailored package, tuned with the overriding directive to pursue strength and evolution, turning themselves and their broods into ever more lethal and enduring forces, but to also follow strength from within the swarm itself. We can redirect ourselves back from the detour and on.
What do they mean follow strength from within the swarm? Because I think if everything is hyper, because it's not technically a perfect hive mind, because there's still individual changes a unit might make. So I guess if one of them proves really good, they would follow that change. So it isn't completely top-down. It's just mostly top-down. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Also, Niall? Swarm queens for combat, brood queens for base work. Oh.
To the main segment of the Zerg hive mind, particularly its structure. In summary, it is a chain of control spread by the overlords at the most base level, overseen and managed by the queens, guided and governed by the broodmothers, as well as another handful of exceptional creatures that occupy the same rung of power.
There's others?
But at its core, directed and...
Are they like just not the main creatures or things we'll get to later? I don't know nearly enough about them. And President of Funny mentioned, if another brood queen is stronger, then they'd follow her. Oh, so it's internally regulated, so there's no power plays against it normally. Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Driven by the leader of the swarm. Only the strongest possible being within the Zerg can hold that position, in order to have the broodmother submit to it and keep the swarm whole. For if they deem said entity as not strong enough, they will opportunistically seek to dethrone it and take its position.
Oh, so there is internal bullshittery as well, but it's intentionally part of their biology at that point. Huh. And considering when we saw the Primal Zerg was all about that, you can see where they got that idea from.
This, at a glance, may seem like a terrible, glaring failure of a structure and condition for a hive mind to be in. But it is in fact a designed adaptation meant to protect the swarm from something that once nearly wiped it out.
Oh?
Originally, the apex and core of the Zerg was the Overmind, a city-sized organism that could command the entirety of the swarm's bioforms and had Alpha Plus equivalent psionic power.
Oh, so they actually had a controlling node. I'm assuming someone fucked around with this one. Probably where they're going if they're trying to make everything independent, or this became stupid and they had to show the growth of, okay, get rid of the dumb.
Supported by its cerebrates, the creatures responsible for controlling the various broods at the time,
those were mentioned
who were
earlier, weren't they?
practically literal extensions of the Overmind itself and were nigh immortal. Because if their bodies got destroyed, their minds, memories, personalities, and very being, which was all tethered in the Overmind itself...
Oh, they actually did have personalities then. Huh. I guess that makes a little more sense because they are explicitly saying these are not empty swarm husks. They're just given priority like in Tyranids with 40k. So they are still beings in their own right here.
...would be reborn into new bodies that could continue serving their master. Only through the use of void energy could true death be brought to them, as the being itself would be erased from the hive mind connection. And that setup worked perfectly fine. Until...
Void. What? I'm sorry, is that just like a upscaled plane? What? What are we looking at? Oh, that ain't no plane, although it looks very explosible. What? That's one of the Protoss, I think? What? Space plane, got it. Wait, are they doing space magic? Oh. Ah. Because if you have enough void energy, and the Protoss are probably all about it. I'm being told this is Taro Tassadar. The guy's basically just saying, fuck you, void energy everywhere, isn't he? Oh, that's cool. And that's why they're not caring if the thing is being blown up. Doesn't need to survive that long. Yeah. Matter-antimatter reaction. All to the void, yeah. I'm assuming this is the conclusion of the campaign for StarCraft 1. Oh, dude. Kind of holds up, honestly.
Void energy and Collapse psionics. The entire mass and energy of a whole-ass capital ship. Unite! Get dunked on, bitch! Long story short,
no idea what the eye...
Overmind died.
Oh, is the eye what you see of the Overmind?
Get dunked on, bitch!
That might be one of the lore bits of it then. Okay.
Long story short, when the Overmind died, the entirety of the Zerg swarm went ballistic and ravenously feral for a short while. Entire broods mindlessly nearly tearing themselves and others apart.
Grr, yellow. I have no idea what this is a reference to.
Before the Cerebrits could establish any kind of order, which was severely halted by them panicking to hell in high heaven, because predominantly, their up to that point basically invincible god they were directly tethered to just got his shit rocked into oblivion. And
yeah. Theoretically, something might work like that in 40K, but it's so far out of the galaxy that it's never really going to become visible, so can't say how that would compare on that end.
Secondarily, their own pseudo-immortality got permanently shut off without him. During this relatively short but traumatic time of disorganized scramble, known as the Brood Wars, was when the swarm was at its weakest. A bunch of the Cerebrits got the idea to merge themselves into a new Overmind, but before it could mature and restore any sort of meaningful control...
So they, even though he previously said they were mostly extensions of the Overmind, but they had personalities, now we're seeing the personalities come with some bad ideas, probably. Okay, but they are still individuals. I was fully expecting to hear, and since they were tethered to the Overmind, when he got voided, they got voided. Apparently not. Ooh, Pilo, I'll pull up your comment. The Protoss relation to void energy is a whole thing, like near genocidal civil war thing. But until we get to that video, let's go with yes. Oh, well, shit. I look forward to that one. If only Dazrat really liked the Protoss to get to them. That would be crazy.
The UED, the humans that came from Terra itself to try and conquer the Caprulu sector, swooped in and mind-broke it into their puppet, giving them control over the majority of the Zerg for a time. Now, this is where
they mentioned that they had mind-controlled Zerg that were working for them. Yeah. Probably the enemy faction. And according to Daz, right in the chat. I'll pull this up. And that is Boxer, the pro-Terran player from Brood War that was a rival to Yellow. Yellow? I have no idea what any of that is. But most of I don't know anything about the pro leagues of almost any game.
It's purely my deduction, since James hasn't said anything about this particular mystery, and given their track record of absolutely idiotic, moronic bullshit in regards to mysteries, that is for the better. But the way the swarm began breaking down is nearly the same as how the Tyranids break down when a Norn queen is killed.
Hey, yeah, Eliaphus, nice! Oh, I remember Behemoth. They actually animated this entire thing. I think it was TTS adjacent, if not technically canon, because some of the characters then made it into TTS before it ended. Good choice on that, by the way.
Which are also described as direct pieces and extensions of their hive mind, which is why I suspect that they too have some kind of overmind. But...
oh, no, I'm pretty sure the overmind is actually canon. Like, explicitly canon. I don't remember where I read that. That's the problem, though. But you do have examples of feral Tyranid possible life forms infesting areas, although the speculation about that is more speculative than explicitly canon. But I'm pretty sure what he's saying right now is true, that there is an overmind, and it's heavily implied to be the giant mass of whatever the Tyranids are outside the galaxy. And when you realize that the introduction points from the various scout fleets are from 3 or 4 separate angles that would come from all around the entire extent of the galaxy, top, bottom, left, and right, that means they're already on all sides. Yeah. And there's a lot going on, but I think what he's saying here is not so much speculation as actually canon.
It hasn't been directly threatened and under assault, exclusively because it lucked out and spawned in a galaxy with no humans or Protoss in it.
That part, debatable. I don't think there is a hard answer to that. So he could be right. But there are things that people have interpreted to indicate that they didn't spawn. They are as fake or as artificially produced as the Eldar, as the Orcs or the Quarks were. What that means, we don't know. Because the Quarks, which became or devolved into the Orcs, and then the Eldar, which, well, devolved into the Eldar, so not much changed, were explicitly made by the old ones. The thought is that the Tyranids, or what they were, the predecessors of them, which no information is really about, might have been an old one construction during the War in Heaven. But that's also not confirmed. It just heavily is implied because of certain tendencies, such as if they find a Necron tomb world, even one that nobody else knows about, such as people are on it, no idea, been there the entire time, they will then go and avoid it. So they might have information that would only exist if it was old one construction because they don't want to start the fight. They might just be reclamation units. But maybe it's something else. Maybe it was a bioweapon made by the Catan, which is not really their thing usually, except we have seen them use bioweapons to torture their own people with the Flayer virus by giving them the need for biology if it's only psychosomatic and utterly just because fuck you. Don't know. Really don't know. But there's a lot of speculation that seems like there's a connection there, but we don't know what the connection is. You see where I'm going with the, oh God, it seems like there is something there, but we don't know what's there. Yeah. It's like 40K has a lot of stuff that overlaps. And as I am facetiously demanding the bugs with the statement, or demeaning the bugs with the statement, because if humans were present, they would suicide the Tyranid overmind the moment they can. Yeah. Yeah. Answer, Dawn of War 2 Retribution Tyranid campaign. I don't know almost anything about that. Eldars just fuck themselves into the corner. Technically, that is legitimately what happened. Also, there was a bunch of basically treating respawns as everything is now PvP. Yeah. Not a joke. That's actually literally part of what happened. And one of the StarCraft dudes once said, ramming speed. Oh my God.
Allowing it to balloon the Tyranid species to what we know it as today. Arat's baseless speculations aside, once the UED were defeated...
Again, I don't think it's baseless. I just don't know what the base means, and I don't think anyone else does either. There's a base, but that's about all we got.
The new Overmind and the remaining Cerebrats hunted down to extinction, and the entirety of the swarm was reunited under the rule of a single leader. Through her guidance, the Zerg adapted their hive mind to become more decentralized, so that if the ruling entity happened to die, the psionic backlash across the bioforms would not be this severe. And the Broodmothers, while not blessed with the respawn power of the Cerebrats, thanks to their inherently greater individuality and newly implemented independent nature, would not scramble in such a panic. Instead, they...
It almost feels like, given time, they would start warring against each other because of individuality and believing they're the strongest. Or did that actually happen at some point? I don't really know.
Would either re-coordinate to take down whatever slew their leader, or, in the case that the threat is too great, would scatter the broods as to not be wiped out altogether.
Also, I'm going to pull up Mike's comment because I think it's hilarious. Did you know the voice of TF2 Sniper and the voice of the Administrator married in real life? No, that's hilarious.
Attempt to regroup, rebuild, possibly subduing or cannibalizing weaker brutes for their resources, and continue evolving their own forces until they can overcome the initial threat, and eventually one broodmother becomes powerful enough to be acknowledged by the others, thus dominating the remaining broods and
Oh, so apparently it is actually internally warring over each other intentionally. Huh.
reforming the swarm. Until such a solution comes to pass, however, unity is maintained in a relatively, amusingly enough, orc fashion, where
Oh, the biggest boy beats the other ones. Oi.
the broods follow whoever is the strongest Zerg entity around, always striving to evolve and grow stronger themselves until they can possibly even challenge said leadership in order to usurp it, all the while becoming ever more lethal and powerful. Okay, that was a lot of stuff to go over, but
A bit, but it's pretty fun.
it was all necessary comparative bedrock on which to stand for me to confidently state that, as far as I personally believe, if they were placed within it, where the Terrans can carve out a section of space for themselves and grow
The Tyranids would just be par for course and utterly fit into 40k. That's my guess right now. Like, I'm not sure if they'd win, but I think they could utterly they just fit the aesthetic so well.
into a quote-unquote minor faction of the same or more likely greater size than the Tau, the Zerg are liable to devour the entire 40k galaxy. Not immediately, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's also the problem with the Tyranids, because theoretically they've already won and no one is just able to figure it out yet because the actual scope of the problem is taking so damn long to get there that the actual setting might end before they reach their end game. But, yeah.
Especially given their biggest weakness when it comes to most of the other denizens of the 41st millennium.
The scariest thing about the Zerg is that no matter how many of them you kill, they just keep coming.
Sorry to, actually, you Jimbo, but I gotta
That's his character art? Damn.
hard disagree with you on that one.
They
As
don't
far
keep
as we
coming?
can best estimate from the various source materials, the entire Zerg swarm comprises roughly the middle to maybe high hundreds of billions of bioforms.
Oh,
Or, translated into Warhammer,
wait. Aspen Hotel? Best girl as... Oh, yeah, more Aspen Hotel. Space Elf. Yeah. Space Marine without a helmet. That's just weird. And they're alive. And Orc. I want to say Cypher, but I'm not sure about that one.
one full hive fleet of the average to above average ones, like Behemoth or Kraken. For most other sci-fi settings, that would be terrifyingly impressive, but in the landscape of 40k, you could easily call it restrictively pathetic. Just like when combating any of the other factions of the Milky Way buffet, the Tyranids' greatest advantage is raw numbers.
Yes, but also where they land matters. And for the same reason I went off earlier on response time being a thing, I wonder if that's why he thinks they might be able to do that. Because if they land in an area where they can respond or they learn that they need to respond, bad shit happens. But if they land on a planet and have 100 years to build up because no one realizes the planet's even gone off the records, and that is canonically a thing that happens frequently, like, people will just get tithes from planet they don't even realize they need tithes from, or they don't pick them up for centuries, or more often, the planet needed resources to survive. They did not need the resources enough for the Administratum to send it because they forgot. And you can see how that went.
If all of the hive fleets ganged up on the swarm at the same time, they would simply tear it to shreds. However, in a one-on-one campaign, in my opinion, the Zerg are set to win the Vor off.
I hate everything you just said. And judging by the art you chose, I think you agree with me on this one. But he's also coming to the same thing of it's not actually ever going to be a one-on-one campaign because the logistics would probably never actually become a thing.
Off every single time. Particularly because their three greatest advantages, which are the real reason I called them red-painted Tyranids at the beginning, essentially
faster?
nullify those of the hive fleets. Welcoming us into exploring them is the hyper-evolution virus, also known as simply the Zerg virus.
Almost like they're trying to force it, like a virus has evolution that's forced. Some kind of EFV virus. I'm not sure what kind of fallout that would lead to, but I'm sure it would be something that might spawn some interesting ideas.
Core fundament of the Zerg genome is constant evolution and mutation at breakneck speeds compared to anything we've seen from the Tyranids or most other similar factions from Cyberpunk.
Although in the Tyranids case, it's because even though they have adaptability, they're not actually evolving. That's never what they do. They're adapting, and that's usually based on desired changes on their own engagement, which, okay, in game and in lore, evolution means I get stronger. IRL, it means I tried something. Did it work? Oh, fuck, it wasn't working? Oh, God, terrible idea. I'm looking at you, pugs. But it's very interesting where IRL adaptation might actually work out better because it's only taking the good ideas, where evolution would be just taking everything, and if you survive, it was good enough. In lore, both of them don't treat it that way. Functionally, they're treated the same. But it's slow changes so that GW in for the Tyranids can just put a few models out at the same time and don't immediately have them win. Where for the Zerg, that's not a concern, so they can immediately go, okay, now we're just better at this thing right now. Gameplay changed. Have fun with this new unit. It is fascinating, but I do think I agree with Dazrat on this one. The evolution, as they treat it, is more powerful because it always happens immediately. It's much more responsive, where for the Tyranids, it requires an Overmind or a Norn to specifically make a decision based on either the information it already has from previous conquests or edibles, let's put it that way, or just go YOLO, we just ate this thing, let's see if we can use it some way. Because it kind of feels like its body plan is pretty close to amazing already. Although there's also the infiltration aspect, so what would be really terrifying wouldn't be one or the other, it would be what happens when a Zerg infects a gene stealer. I don't know who wins this, because if a Zerg follows strength and a gene stealer follows the hive mind, oh god, everyone's fucked.
Where generations of its cells spawn, live, adapt, and pass on their adaptations in moments, iterating upon itself and anything added to it. Here's where we'll take a look at the first of two bedrock pillars of the swarm facilitated by it. Beginning with assimilation. Inherited from the primal Zerg, whenever a bioform ingests or merely encounters something substantial that does not immediately kill it, its body can near instantly begin mutating, incorporating the adopted traits or compounds in beneficial ways. As an example, a number of Ultralisks kept as experimental test subjects in a hidden Terran lab broke out of their containment, and the scientists tried to kill them by flooding the zone with toxic gas. Within moments of that, after receiving the biological trigger for the hyper-evolution virus to kick in, they ingested the gas and not only became immune to it, but evolved organs capable of synthesizing, containing, and expelling it as a weaponized cloud of death around themselves.
This is why you never settle for things that are poisonous to kill things. You use extreme nope, you don't live anymore. Usually firepower or blunt force. Or, hear me out, throwing it into the void, because fuck that shit is a very valid option. Also, Hurricane, what happens when a Zerg makes an alliance with a Necron to spit roast an Imperial planet? It really depends which Necron. Some of them, Trazen, I don't think he would do it because they'd be boring. Swarmlord, or not Swarmlord, I think it's Emotech. He might do it because it's actually a good way to win, but I don't think he'd want to give up and have to be subservient or even in alliance with them. As for some of the other units, I don't know. And there's some that would actually do it, some that don't. It's insane. And there's all the minor leaders of the Necrons who may or may not want to do it. More likely, I could see the Eldar fucking around. And the Dark Elder, it's like, ooh, it changes. Can we incorporate this into our homunculus designs? Yeah. Magdar, the Stormlord. I think it's Emotech. I don't remember his title. It might be Stormlord. Probably Stormlord. Yeah.
With these newly mutated Ultralisks becoming a strain adopted by some broods who could then birth more exactly like them, straight from the larva. And this principle works in the precisely same fashion from the cellular all the way up to the species level, as entire ecosystems can be consumed and repurposed as new Zerg. Its other, no less impressive, but severely more insidious parallel is infestation, as the hyperevolution virus is not just a single compound. It is the base and core of every single microscopic cell and bacteria that make up everything Zerg. It is, in of itself, Zerg. From this, it comes with a nifty little feature likely evolved as a counter to a Zerg eat Zerg world, where whenever even the tiniest piece of Zerg genome comes into contact with any non-Zerg structure, it immediately begins to spread and remake it from what it is into Zerg, thanks to its virulence, which is second to, or arguably even more potent than that of the Flood from Halo. Now, all of that may sound too abstract to grasp properly.
I'm still going with the absolute worst thing that could happen would be the alliance between the Tyranids and the Zerg, because bigger hive mind. If they have that wrong connection point early on, if they're subservient to the better hive mind that just does eat all the things and suddenly one of them gets brought in, I have no idea how that would play out. And there's so little information about the higher hive mind politics of the Tyranid that anyone who decides to write anything for it lore-wise is working on such an open field that they could say anything they want. And there's almost nothing really to gainsay them at this point. Yeah. And Drolf, nope, it's just Zerg eat Tyranids. Well, that's the thing. I'm not so much worried about Zerg eat Tyranids. I'm worried that the Zerg and the Tyranids would just incorporate into something that suddenly has a lot more biomass available to it with almost no conflict degrading it. Zerg would absorb the Nids? No, worse. I don't think it would be a matter of the Zerg absorbing the Nids. I think they would incorporate each other, and the combined hybrid would have a lot of advantages that would be just, oh god, what the fuck inducing. Because I don't think the Zerg play with as many exotic effects as the Tyranids do when they get into the Psyker areas. Now, they have some crazy ones, but they weren't... Dazrat hasn't gone into many of them, so maybe he just hasn't got to them yet. But when you get into the Psykers that are powered and powering by everything going on, there's a lot of levels of bullshit that they have absurd control for. It's kind of terrifying. Also, Dazrat, you addressed this exact point. Nice. I'm just more worried that it wouldn't matter who wins because the outcome is everyone loses.
So let me try painting you a picture. Imagine the genetic makeup of a whole species as a text document, consisting of a title, which is the name of the species, and underneath it, a body of text that describes everything there is about the species.
Yep. Also, fun thing. This is something the Tyranids do, and theoretically, they are actually completely capable of reproducing the exact species without any adaptations made by the Tyranids. Yeah. So, one of the speculative reasons I heard about to say the entire point of the Tyranids is anti-chaos, because whenever everything dies, the Tyranids could just say, okay, neat, they're dead, and then respawn the biological matter to restart everything. Because they're technically capable of doing that. A la Halo, essentially respawning species after the arcs were shot off. Now, if that's the case, I have no idea. It's just kind of interesting that that is a possibility that is fleshed out, just never used.
Where most other xenomorphic species in fiction would delete the title and put themselves as its replacement, when they absorb other creatures, the Zerg virus instead begins editing the text body itself, remaking the original species into being Zerg. An example of which we see in Wings of Liberty, where the infested Dr. Ariel Hansen's DNA has become over 99% Zerg.
Oh.
And in case that wasn't scary enough, the hyperevolution virus can also, to an extent, affect and influence non-organic structures as well.
How?
An obvious question
I mean, yeah, it's basically just flood at that point, but how does it do non-organic? Since it's literally a virus. Space magic? Space magic. It's definitely space magic.
think some might have brought up at this point is what exactly does this infestation mean in this case? Briefly summarized, it causes rapid explosive mutation. When not guided by a higher consciousness for a specific purpose, the virus goes absolutely wild in every way possible, while editing what it has infested into a Zerg bioform, until the original host is changed into something stable enough to function, or sometimes little better than spasming goop on the floor, if the mutations were far too severe and came on far too quickly for the initial template to handle. Due to this, and the enormous cost in biomass and design, is why the virus is sparsely used in aerosol form that can be pumped into the atmosphere by hatcheries. Yes, when the Zerg use it like that,
They can overrun and infest entire planets in what seems like the blink of an eye.
but if said planet has something specific the swarm wants, the random mutations will destroy that genome with how violent they are.
The thing is, though, I guess it really comes down to how do they incorporate technology, though, because there's a lot of upper scale weapons that I'm not sure the Tyranids have, but the human factions and definitely the Necrons have that could utterly fuck with this. Yeah.
Erasing its unique traits and quirks, like in the case of psionics from StarCraft losing their psionic potential from random infestation, thus making whatever the initial target was useless in terms of a sought-after upgrade to the Zerg. Hence why, more often than not, when looking for something special, the bioforms intentionally hunt it down. However, among all of the chaos, pun intended, that the unguided hyper-evolution virus causes, there is one singular constant in its function that
Make it Zerg. So they'll probably get some that are useful.
is always present. Anytime it metaphorically edits a new text file, it always installs a receiver that immediately connects and enslaves the newly mishmashed entity to the Zerg hive
So even if the output from whatever they are infesting is kind of useless, it's still plugged into the network to receive command.
mind.
Okay.
As seen with infested humans, who remained aware of what they had become and were being forced to do, but could not control themselves as the infestation puppeteered them.
Oh, that's terrifying. So yeah, flood-based. That's definitely an inspiration. Although this level of biological uncertainty is not new, and there are some older novels that, I don't know if they existed before or after this, that did work on the principle of, oh god, what the fuck, bio-horror, so...
Obviously, there have been attempts to counteract and medicate the virus. The Protoss even managed to reverse its effects on one infested Terran, but it was only temporary. In the end, the fact remains.
The only cure for Zerg infestation is purification by fire.
No matter how long it takes, how good your immune system is, or how weak the sample of the virus is, you can delay the process as much as you want, but once it is within you, the Zerg virus, through sheer virulent mutability, will overcome you and bring you into the swarm, unless super major psychic bullshit can purge your entire cellular structure and leave you standing afterwards.
I mean, considering they're showing Iron Man, and his entire shtick is the dust. Actually, no, that's not Iron Man. He has too many arms. But it's definitely one of the Thousand Suns. Yeah, entirely possible. But also because the warp is bullshit, we get to the higher level. But that's not entirely the point. Also, Sarah, always hate that split mission choice. I'm missing context on you for that one.
The singular exception to this rule are the Protoss themselves, since both they and the Zerg were uplifted and modified by Amon to specifically be exclusionary in this regard to one another.
Oh.
And while because of this the Zerg cannot steal any traits from the Protoss, be it through assimilation or infestation, they can still consume them for raw biomass.
Yeah.
Topping that off is maybe the scariest aspect of the virus, namely that as a technical organism in of itself, it can hide and stay dormant until triggered. To her immense chagrin, we again look to Dr. Hansen's people. They, along with a number of other fringe colony populations who were infested, but the virus would only surface sporadically to force them to migrate further and deeper towards the Terran Dominion's core worlds.
Oh. So it could actually choose not to go out of control. How aware is the controlling mind of the virus itself? Huh. I have no idea.
with the hinted implication being that the swarm wanted the infested colonists to reach the biggest Terran nation's core.
But also that even at utterly tiny levels, there's a level of control and awareness, even if it's just access to the hive mind, dedicating it when it could turn on. Which is weird, because they just said that if it is just that very virulent infection of infestation, it goes out of control. So they, as a team, or I guess as a faction, hunt things down that they want. But if they had that level of control, this is probably one of those things I just shouldn't talk about or think about too much, isn't it? Yeah, let's just do that.
Where they could be in close proximity to the highest possible number of other people, and only then would the infestation fully trigger in order to spread faster and to a bigger population chunk.
Yep. Also, I'm just going to pull up this part here because it does kind of go with it. So Nevra mentioned all infected creatures are part of the swarm, and it was controlled by something else. Yep. But what I was confused on is the idea that if you're infected in such a way that it's just the gassy everywhere, oh no, it's probably how they were infected is what I'm confused on. So the people with the doctor were probably infected in a way that wasn't the uncontrolled variant of it. But that would imply that they could control how slowly someone's infested and just choose not to do it. Again, I think I'm just coming down to, don't question it, it's not worth it.
Effectively crippling the Terrans' defenses before the proper Zerg invasion. And it would have worked if Raynor's raiders hadn't diverted so many of the fleeing colonists to other fringe worlds, and then personally cleared out the infested, either via mass murder when the infestation triggered itself openly, since it couldn't go further, or after undertaking John Carpenter's The Thing-style tests on everyone before needing to defend the non-infested from the minor Protoss strike fleet from curing them all just to be safe. So that the tide heading towards the core worlds was made manageable enough for the Dominion military to halt and vet through properly. So, if the Zerg and the Tyranids were to engage in battle, the moment a Nid bioform omnom-noms a Zergy one, it is getting its biofunctions frazzled by the infestation, rearranging its guts and cellular composition, very likely losing all of its psychic potential, getting cut off from their own hive mind.
See, this is where I'm going to disagree, because I don't think we have enough information on the Tyranid hive structure to say if that would or would not happen. I think over time, yeah, it would happen, but it's that initial burst of contact where the hive mind is still present, but the Tyranid hive mind, sorry, the two hive minds are interacting with each other. That's probably the most terrifying thing ever, because the Tyranids strike deals. Sorry, not the Tyranids. The Nids, not the Nids. The Zerg strike deals. And this is a hive mind to hive mind connection at that point, because it has been shown in the few times where someone does take over a Nid, they're fighting against other outside control. Sometimes it works temporarily, but that is the most dangerous moment right there. I don't think it's a matter of it takes it apart and destroys it. I think it's a matter of, oh, aligned goals suddenly. And that's kind of, we don't know how the Tyranid hive mind works, if it's even sapient or sentient beyond its base level of eat, destroy, avoid Necron tomb worlds. I don't know. And it's utterly probably going to destroy everyone, whatever the outcome is. And admittedly, probably very fascinating for that reason. And Croc, thinking this way, giving a dose of medicine via air spray, risking poisoning from overdose, or just giving specific dose for a single person at a time. Makes sense. And the Hive Queen can manipulate parasites before infection of a host enemy unit and can see what it sees. I'm not sure which Hive Queen you make, because I think both of them can. Or at least you're probably talking about I keep saying Tyranids and Nids as though they're separate things. The Zerg is probably what you mean. Okay. And you mentioned Void Energy burns ordinary psionics.
And getting put under new management. Or the worst case scenario, where the Nids consume a bunch of Zerg, and while thinking they won, they go to their digestion pools to recycle themselves and be slurped up by the Hive Fleet's ships, only for the hyperevolution virus laying dormant and hiding itself within the slurry, as it adapted to resist the digestion and biodegradation, to activate and directly infest the ships themselves, along
And that's not entirely impossible, because I think this method, not the infestation, but biological weapons being used to destroy NIDs is something that was done once. NIDs got over that, because even though these are just the outside swarms, since the central hub is always connected, and the Zerg don't have a central hub anymore, that might play a role for all we know. And again, that's a lot of speculation, because when you get to the Tyranid side, there's almost no fleshing out of the upper levels of what they can do. So you can more or less speculate anything, and it's all just up in the air.
Along with the Norn Queens aboard them. That's why, in my view, to win, the Tyranids would need to surround the swarm with overwhelming numbers, and for the hive mind to just go, okay, I know you're hungry, but no munching. No munching.
Which sounds like it shouldn't happen, except that's literally what happens when they're dealing with Tomb Worlds, because they make the no-bite effect. And it's not impossible for the Tyranid hive mind to realize loss of resource and avoid that. It's one of the reasons they have adaptabilities such as the gene stealers at all. So even though he's doing this as speculation, it's not outside the realm of what has already happened within canon either. It's just, yeah. Also, Nevron, Tau used a bioweapon? Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the Imperium did as well, except the Imperium's one lost effectiveness after so many uses. And it was in a novelization as well, so... And Terran, Tyranids use warp-based hive mind, Zerg use void-based hive mind. They wouldn't be able to connect. But in the moment where the being is both connected to each hive mind, it could understand its own thoughts, and it would have two conflicting thought layers. And if the Zerg can hold off on infestation, if they could do that, which apparently they can do, the first time it probably wouldn't happen. But after so long that they realize something's there, that they're seeing signals that they can't perceive in their hive mind, but the host brain can before it's utterly consumed, it's not even like it's unlikely, because both sides have shown that there are aspects that are able to delay obvious signs of infection. If the virus was ever slowed down, it probably wouldn't be a full NID, because that would be a very fast contact, but it would be more of a gene stealer, because they're technically in the mind, but not fully connected. It's just a hint of it. Or specifically a gene stealer cult member. That's where it would be the most intense, because it would be the variants that are not meant to immediately take over. That's where I think it would be the most likely to have that, oh, hello there, moment.
Just murder, death, kill, and we'll see what we can do after that. Ripping this invasive species to shreds instead. Because when your big trump card is eating your enemies to get stronger, how do you beat an enemy that also gets stronger when it eats you? Yeah, eventually the Tyranids might evolve something close to an immunity to the hyper-evolution virus, but...
I mean, yeah. There's exterminatus weapons that no longer work on them for that reason.
With how stupidly fast it mutates and evolves, it would barely last a year or so before what they contended with is so different from the original strain they adapted to that the immunological arms race will have to restart.
Yep, which is also what the Tyranids do. Maybe the Zerg do it better, and I'm kind of thinking they do the faster aspect. The interesting part would be when it gets into the other factions. If anything, I'm basically thinking I don't want to see what the Zerg versus Tyranid would do. I want to see what the Zerg would do versus anything else, because that seems like it would be way more interesting of how the fuck does this happen. Drukhari fuck around and probably get screwed over by it, but that's not going to change anything because that's their entire shtick. And also because there's the warp, and how does the warp deal with this with matter that is not really matter? Yeah, like the only boring interaction would be like the dwarves or the space dwarves, the kin, because it's just a general fight with better weapons and really not that much interest in it. It'd be like, oh, same way StarCraft does. Okay, cool.
When this particular matchup gets discussed online, a pretty common consensus I've seen is that eventually the Zerg and the Tyranids will eat each other into a whole new species that just absorbs both of them, but given how they work, I rather disagree.
I'm not worried about it becoming a new species. I think it might become almost symbiotic, or kind of like the initial Primal Zerg, where an alliance would be formed. I'm wondering if you're going down the same route. Although, my entire interpretation there is, if the Tyranid hive mind is cognizant enough to do that. The Zerg, I actually have no doubt they could. It might even try, And Purple Magnar mentioned consider Zerg diplomacy, and it did remind me, technically, the Tyranids did do diplomacy when they first entered the galaxy. I thought those were retconned out, and then they included one of the models recently, I think in Blackstone Fortress or one of the other minor side games to indicate, oh no, this is still canon. So theoretically, there might actually be a diplomacy win between the Zerg and the Tyranids. I hate everything I said.
Hive fleets shred the swarm, and after careful long-term study and analysis of the leftover biomass, begin integrating their powers into themselves, or the swarm gobbles up a bunch of the far more lethal Nid bioforms, Ultimate Alien evolves them, fucks off to grow in number, and snowballs into pack-manning the hive fleets. At the end of this topic, since honestly I'm not fully sure where else this next bit will fit best, from the exploration...
And Cyber, the Zote? Yep, the Zote. Also, Primal Zerg are not Alliance, it was a Cold War. Maybe that's how it goes down on that one, I have no idea. Although I think Alliance might be the most optimal path, if both are annoying enough to each other.
Of this advantage, the main difference between the Zerg and the Tyranids should have become quite evident. The Tyranids are predators, who pursue, hunt, and corner prey, gorging on all of its nutrients to fuel themselves for their next hunt, while the Zerg are parasites that put the likes of the Gene Stealers to absolute fucking shame, where the Nids would release countless different bioforms from the micro to the macro scale, which outcompete and invasively drain a biosphere of all resources. The Zerg become the biosphere. They don't strip planets bare, they infest, take over, control, and hold whatever worlds they set down on, recycling the resources on it over and over and over, while developing ever finer killing machines in even greater numbers before...
Also, I'm going to pull up Terran's comment because I think this is fascinating. So, according to Terran, the Tyranid hive mind will not stand that something tried to assimilate its form, so will go to war against the Zerg. Tyranid hive mind was shown to be hateful in its depictions. I've only heard of a few of those depictions. I've heard what you're talking about, but not the exact phrasing or the words used. And that when something tried to take over its units, it got pissed. But I think a lot of that was filtered through the perceptions of the people engaging with it, so I wasn't entirely sure if that was accurate to the hive mind itself or the impulses as they were understood by the people whose viewpoints we were in at the time. So it's hard to say again. That's why I don't know when it comes to the upper scale of the Tyranids. I just don't.
Or they can be shipped off-world to whatever battlefield the greater swarm needs them at. And, in another stark difference from the Tyranids, when cut off from the greater hive mind and becoming feral, the Zerg don't just join and settle into the biosphere of wherever they were abandoned at, like with the creatures from Catachan and Fenris, who are said to be long-lost Tyranid bioforms that...
Okay, I've heard about this. I didn't realize that was actually canon or canonized or not. I thought it was more on the speculative side.
Adapted to their...
Also, Fenris, though, Fenris, I'm not sure... I mean, it's there, but also there's a lot more fuckery going on. Like, some of the Dark Age humans really fucked around, such as how when they say there's no wolves on Fenrir or Fenris, they're not wolves. There's a reason that the mutation that fucks around with the gene or the gene seed for the space wolves is they become more wolf-like. Biological fuckery in the old golden age of humanity apparently got very extreme, and there were furries.
Worlds after being...
Not as a joke either, like as usually thrown at the space wolves, but like IRL, that's exactly what happened.
Lost to their conscious collective. Instead, thanks to the function of the hyperevolution virus and their psionics-based hive mind being innate to their very genetics, over time, feral Zerg recongregate themselves into loose at first, but gradually tighter and tighter broods that subsume the local biosphere, until eventually, spurred on due to the lack of overriding will, they evolve themselves new controlling creatures that re-establish hive mind control, organize the Griblies, take on the planet, and after claiming it, regrow interstellar traveling bioforms to spread themselves onto other worlds, restarting the cycle. So, just like Oryx, except far more terrifying, If Zerg touch down on your planet and you fend them off, you want to supremely carefully purge and cleanse as much as possible.
But that's not even a unique thing for 40k, though. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think he's making the correct point, and I would stand by this one. There's an entire discussion in my chat right now of whether or not the Zerg would immediately hate the hive mind, because it would be essentially a rendering them non-sentient mass to slave to its will. Maybe. It depends how much the offshoots do, who's in charge, what time period. But there's a lot that could happen, and I'm looking at this in the sense of, if someone wanted to make a fan fiction about this, there would be leeway for how much you would do on this. And I think it's kind of fascinating, honestly. But again, it is leeway. My best way to put it is, it really depends on whoever is in charge of moving the plot forward on any interaction these would have. I'm looking at the idea that Rat, if he did this, would probably push it more into the Tyranids would fuck around, find out, and then go to war, because of the option of, okay, we probably need to utterly destroy this, which they are capable of doing, because we've seen them hold back on eating things, so we know they can hold back on devouring. They could just say, fuck this, and make all full-on, it blows up when it dies units, because that's something that they do as well. Yeah, because they're not afraid to pulp their own guys. Yeah, that's unfortunately very much a thing. Really, the only way to do this is you have so much leeway to push it either way on this one, where some of them would be closer or further apart. I think this one would really come down to who finds them, how much build time do they have, do they spawn someplace where the people can get an idea that they need to pulp this right away, and are they going to more stealthily interpret how to do things on the lower end before going full-on swarm? And hell, that's not even bringing in the idea that I think it showed Kerrigan controls it. Are you taking from a time period where she's in charge of it? And unironically, you're not dealing with a Tyranid swarm, a Zerg swarm eating everything. You're dealing with a controlled version. I don't know nearly enough about her entire idea or identity when she was infested to see how that would go down. This is me just missing info on this. So maybe that would be better, maybe that'd be worse, and maybe it'd be weird. Probably weird regardless.
Hopping over to the next big advantage the Zerg have, this one is kind of a combo meal of a particular bioform and a cheat hack of the level of genetic control the swarm leaders can exert over the various bioforms. Where its first half is a pretty cool bug, a great bug, or dare I even say, the one good bug, Abathur.
I don't know anything about this.
A singular entity of such varied genetics and individual nature that unless it is directly in the thrall of an overriding will belonging to a powerful enough control creature, it technically doesn't even count itself as Zerg, but merely a lesser feral beast. Rat, I already hear some of you asking, what makes this gangly-ass squishy slug-looking thing so special?
I have no idea.
Well, he is a specialized brood of one, which is to say that the Overmind, the city-sized creature with the psionic output equivalent to a high fleet's Norn Queens, yes, all of them, crafted this singular slug boy out of the biomatter cost needed to spawn the Swarm Lord, except instead of fighting and leading troops, Abathur's whole reason for existing is to design and handcraft bioforms for the swarm.
Oh, one, that's terrifying. Two, so he's the brains behind a lot of shit.
Yes, technically any of the controlling Zerg creatures can meddle with genetics.
Yep, this aberration bioform thing used to be a person.
And create new bioforms.
It's huge.
But their works are often simple and sloppy, while Abathur does it with supreme style and elegance, at least from the perspective of a devouring xenomorphic race. And from what has been displayed, to my perception at least, he is much more creative than the Tyranid Hivemind. Not in situational problem solving and control, the big nebulous brain is superior with that. Gotta love how in the Octarius War, the Nids were having issues with a particular orc war boss that specialized in hunting kaijus for sport, so the Hivemind made one of its more slippery monsters.
Nemesis Operative, the Blue Terror. Did they just... Let's fucking go! Oh my god. Yeah, they took all the Tyranid parts and they painted it up and included bits and pieces from a freaking Ultramarine. Oh my god.
Monsters bigger and colored blue, the lucky color according to orcs, and use it to bait said war boss and his forces into an ambush he couldn't get out of. Though, since we're on the topic of orcs, let's use them as an example. When it got its gribbling claws and tentacles on their genome, what did the hive mind do with it? A walking big gun. Wow.
That's what came from that
Very
one?
creative and original. Abathur,
I mean, I don't think a single orc would say a bad thing about that. Ha, big Doka. The only problem is it doesn't involve a lot more, how to put it, big shooters. Nice. But there's a lack of choppas as well.
basically did the same, getting a building bioform that was originally designed to spew infectious vomit that spread infestation, and remaking it into an anti-orbital weapon platform. Want something more creative? Well, let's revisit the Corruptor.
Oop.
Its backside tentacles consist of elongated muscle fibers
Spill the
laden
coffee.
with cancerous growths, which generate a powerful electromagnetic field that warps gravity around the creature, granting
Damn.
it flight, as they consume the beast's surrounding tissue. To deal with it, the inky substance it generates, the one that causes matter to break down on a submolecular level, gets circulated through its body, dissolving enough of the cancer's growth for it to not spread further than necessary, and for its natural regenerative properties to heal its body, all in a perfectly set up balancing act that the creature can modulate itself in order to adapt its flying to different atmospheres or the void of space.
Okay, 1, that's fucked up. 2, ugh.
Oh, you need gene-stealer cults grown to big numbers so their localized broodmind can act as a homing beacon for the hive fleets. How
Although, when you really think about it, that's kind of stupid considering how slow the fleets are. And generally, they're just kind of hitting everything along the way anyways. This is one of those instances where you don't think about it. Just really don't, because it does kind of self-contradict itself. This is more of a, it was a good idea, but it doesn't quite work. If anything, it's just, the best way to look at gene stealers is it's a time-saving measure so they know which areas to travel to really slowly actually have stars at them, as opposed to just missing it by like 1 light year and just not knowing. Yeah. They could probably reorient, but this just saves time. That's really all it is. It's map markers. They're literally just map markers.
about a miniature emitter creature that embeds itself in a host's brain without infesting them, so it can hide from scans and tests, that creates a sufficient psionic signal for the swarm to follow instead? Hell, the Hydralisk, arguably the Zerg's most iconic monster, was originally a species of peaceful caterpillar cows, who bothered no one and just munched on vegetation, having soft rib-like appendages and nettle hairs, like those of tarantulas and some plants, covered in a mild paralytic toxin to ward off predators. When Abathur was done with them, they became quick, hyper-aggressive predators, 2 or 3 times the size and weight of an Astartes, whose soft ribs were hardened into high-density scythe-like claws. Their modest mandibles were forcefully evolved into jaws with an estimated bite force of 5,000 pounds per square inch, where by comparison the bite force of a saltwater crocodile, those dinosaur things that can bisect people, is
Only correction on that one? They're older. Dinosaurs are the crocodile things that happened to die off earlier.
estimated to be around 3,700 pounds per square inch, and their nettle hairs became grooved 30-centimeter spines, whose mild paralytic coating was turned into lethal poison. And, as an added bonus, the Hydralisk has 4,000 muscles, compared to a human's 629, a portion of which can launch the spines.
Wait, how many do people have?
Muscles, compared to a human's 629,
I had no idea about that. That's moderately terrifying.
a portion of which can launch the spines with enough force to penetrate 2 centimeters of neosteel from half a kilometer distance at near hypersonic speeds.
That last one actually is something I think Tyranids can do as well. But everything else is terrifying. Really, what I would love to see, though, is what would it look like if the Tyranids actually were allowed to be a good faction? Yeah, it's like not lore, not tabletop, but actual in lore. What would it look like if someone wrote them going all out and showing what an end game scenario for them would look like? We'll never see that. because the only time they would do that is if they're ending the setting. But I would love to get an idea of just what the upper end of their entire plan is, or if there even is one, because this entire video is just reminding me that I love the idea of the Tyranids as a villain, and I'm so disappointed that they're kind of always put to the side, because to actually show what they can do, you need to fundamentally end the setting, and you just can't really do that.
And a velocity greater than that of the C-20A rifle, one of the main armaments for Terran ghosts. Abathur...
I don't know nearly enough about them to say anything about that. Also, Dazrat, not a case of can the Nids do it, but look at what Abathur made out of caterpillar cows. Oh yeah, Dazrat, yes. And that's just absurd. Abathur is incredibly terrifying because he's the thought guy who you want on your side. And even I could tell that one right now. Also, I'm probably butchering his name.
His main focus is constant improvement on function, efficiency, and streamlining of production to give the best possible results for the most minimal possible cost. Essentially a handcrafted min-maxer that creates his masterpieces with imagination for possibility and dedication to his work.
Oh, I just realized those are his eyes down here. Yeah, he has like the roach head as well. Okay. I thought these might just be bulbous eyes, but no, it's literally just right there in the tiny small bit. Ooh, and Barry, then become a member of the clean shaven level. Thank you.
Rival, or maybe even surpass.
Also, Mactar, what would I ask for next? An Exodite Codex? I know they're putting out Exodites, but I thought it was only going to be in the skirmish version.
Those of dwarven blacksmiths with autism, so you know they're good.
Just okay.
It's his masterpieces with imagination for possibility and dedication to his work that rival, or maybe even surpass those of dwarven blacksmiths with autism. So
okay, Rat, you got me on that one. You got me on that one. Oh. Okay, I wasn't expecting that, so I was not prepared. Oh. Oh. If I ever play StarCraft, I'm going to see this guy and all I'm going to say is, hey, it's the autistic dwarf, and not explain anything. And I'll just be there. Oh. Okay, I'm going to pull up the comment I missed quickly. Crocodilians first appeared in the Cretaceous period. Dinosaurs were around over 100 billion years. They were similar creatures earlier, but crocodilians, no. Ah, so it's a specific genus that went away. Was it alligators or crocodiles that were older then? Maybe I'm mistaken. It's entirely possible. But I thought like the overarching group of them was around because they actually spread out quite a bit. Such as some of the first extinctions prior to dinosaurs becoming a thing were based on the crocodile. Was it crocodile or... No, not crocodiles. There used to be a lot of other species that would be just lumped in with crocodiles and alligators as an entire group, such as land-bearing ones with feathers, for example, but they weren't dinosaurs. They were based more on the crocodile-alligator combos. This is something I haven't looked up in a while, but there are things like that, and I'm pretty sure if it's not specifically the crocodiles of today, there's been changes, but they predated dinosaurs, I know, and the crocodiles are similar to them more than not. Although I think sea turtles might be surpassing both of them. I'm not entirely sure, though.
You know they're good. How good? Well, when the swarm returned to Xeris, their de facto homeworld, as that is where the primal Zerg species originated, the aforementioned primal Zerg, who have the same capacity for hyper-evolution and assimilation on an individual level, who had long since subsumed everything on Xeris, as practically every living thing on the planet was primal Zerg, who had spent multiple millennia in the ultimate evolutionary eugenicist free-for-all against each other, the moment they saw Abathur's works, they immediately went, damn, that's some good shit! I gotta turn into that. Clarification note, the primal Zerg are able to eat the regular Zerg and evolve without issue by kind of cheating. Because their base genome in of itself is also Zerg, so the hyper-evolution viruses go apeshit and install the hive mind when you get in contact with a non-Zerg compound, trigger does not activate. So
oh. And that's probably why they're even able to have an alliance with them, because people mentioned the Cold War, because why would you do this if you can't just infect them, but they also eat it? because the, oh shit, you're now us doesn't matter because technically they're already us. Yeah. Again, I would love to see some kind of storyline where this would be played out. Although if you're playing strictly from alien perspectives, you'd have to get really good at writing non-alien perspectives. That in its own right is terrifying.
All that remains in play is the individual organism's excessive mutation and evolution as the biomass is absorbed. Having his accredited work stolen like that was something he was not too pleased about.
Primal Zerg. Unacceptable. Must be wiped clean. No trace left.
Oh my god, he's nerd raging. Oh.
Destroy Primal Zerg.
What are you talking about?
Saw ranged Primal Zerg creatures on battlefield. Based on Hydralisk. Primal Zerg stole design from Swarm. Swarm on planet for hours, days, already being replicated.
Abathur,
Yeah.
are you upset?
Unacceptable.
Yes.
Swarm's power, ability to assimilate strengths. Primal Zerg must not take from us.
He's actually nerd raging. Oh my god. They stole his OC. Oh, I love this. I love this. And that is definitely one of the reasons I think they're probably better than the Tyranids, because you can have moments like that while still maintaining the scary monster that eats you. Yeah. And Siren, Airier, StarCraft, you have 3 campaigns, 1 for each race. He is your assistant in the Kerrigan Zerg campaign. Ah.
The only thing that proved itself better than him at this whole genetic manipulation thing was another Xel'Naga, who was more of a scientist as he was weaker than Amon. And Abathur had no issue of admitting that himself, essentially telling the titular Queen of Blades, "Hey, remember when I made you, and you were like, the best thing on the market for a solid 5 years? Yeah, this guy blows my work out of the water. We should join up with him." Now, an easy fault to come to terms with, because Slugboy here is smarter than a Primarch. Damn it! I want to be...
Originally, the joke had actual DBZ semi-perfect self-screaming line. That, however, is evidently copyright strike-worthy material, thus a rad would have to do. Wait, you got a strike for DBZA? How? Like, if you used the clip... Oh, it's probably the actual clip, but the audio alone should be safe. Huh.
Perfect! I wanna! Bunk! I wanna!
Yeah.
Look at flesh, see
Contra?
only potential. Strands, sequences, twisting, separating, joining. See how it could be better. Eat flesh, splinter bone. Inside me can touch it, weave it, spin it, make it great.
But not perfect?
Never perfect. Perfection goal that changes, never stops moving.
Yeah, I see why he would explicitly say this guy's better than a certain dumbass Primarch. Although I think GW agrees with him on this one, because they're slowly making it, everything he said he was perfect about is slowly being countermined by, hey, you know what? They're so strong and good at blades because they're on drugs. They drug themselves. They're just doping to be able to keep up with the other factions who just did that naturally. Yeah, the lore is just kind of breaking them down to make sure you know they're kind of pathetic. Also, Dazrat mentioned it was the audio alone for copyrighted music in the background. Yeah, that would get you on that one. Damn.
Can chase, cannot catch.
Cheeky jokes aside, the thing that pairs with Abathur and elevates his personal excellence to the point of being an advantage over the Tyranids when comparing the two is that the Zerg technically have a sort of genetic Wi-Fi. As in...
I mean, I'd also say the other thing is he actively is trying to improve, where the Tyranids, they kind of just do it when they have to, and they just aren't as good at that. Also, Deseret, there was no music. It was just the clip that was screaming. Oh, in other words, that was an utterly incorrect strike on your end, Deseret. That's bullshit. That's just utter bullshit. That should never have happened. But I guess if someone claims it, they claim it. I'm assuming it wasn't DBZA that did it either. Damn.
When a bioform mutates or evolves in a satisfactory way after consuming and or absorbing something, or if the unguided infestation of the spreading hyperevolution virus produces something useful, controlling creatures on the level of broodmothers, the swarm leader or abathur himself, can take a direct look into the respective creature, decide if it's fine the way it is, or tweak a few genetic sequences here or there for optimization, after which, through the Zerg hive mind, they quote-unquote download the DNA structure of said new mutation, then upload it into their hive clusters, and bam! We can mass-produce this new thing, all done in the span of moments to hours without needing to directly interact with the patient zero of the respective evolution and or mutation. Now,
that last part is actually very interesting because it means they just have that information stored otherwise then.
If said
Probably not
patient
lost.
zero returns to the hive clusters for direct overview and analysis, the final product can be refined far better, which is not necessary since...
So they can actually do a lot of advantages, such as we have the information remotely, but up close helps. Huh. Is that reflected in gameplay or just because they can?
With the case of the Ultralisks, who became gassy, despite being stuck in the laboratory, new ones like them could be produced outside of it. Whereas the Tyranids are specifically stated to need to bring the corpses or the biomass they have eaten, or whatever they want to use into the digestion pools and to have it slurped up into their ships for the Norn Queens to begin analyzing its properties and adapting it to their hive fleets.
Yep. I'm going to say again, I think they just did that because it's more terrifying this way, but also gives protagonists a way to get out of it. I think that's more of a medium change is why that specific one is there. I don't disagree with Dazrat's interpretation. I just think this might be the IRL reason for it.
Try imagining this. A Tyranid bioform consumes and or is consumed by a Zerg one. Due to the effects of the hyperevolution virus, it gets cut off from its own hive mind and is instead installed into that of the swarm.
This is the part I'm curious about, considering they do work on different levels. Does the swarm hive mind and the Tyranid hive mind interact? Do they cancel each other out? Because he's saying that psionics would be blocked by everything going on with the virus. I keep wanting to say forced evolutionary virus, and I'm just going to say it eventually. But do they, though? Because he also established early on that they're very different things. The warp is not the void, is not psionics. Whenever the brain is changed enough to break the connection, sure, that would break it. But prior to that, I don't know if just having the swarm would be enough to break it. I just don't know. Now, if he was writing this fiction, it would, and that's perfectly fair because we don't have enough information, because that would be how he'd choose to do it. But I could see it going the other way as well. It would be funny if it did turn out to be utter nerd rage of one hates the other for various reasons. So it's the predator versus parasite. And it would be fun just to see whatever the hive or overmind for the Tyranids get its ass into gear instead of half-assing it by just saying, hey, go take care of this, to a handful of fleets. Which is kind of how I'm coming to view a lot of the Tyranids' actions. Anger and just moving because it has to. Yep. And Deseret, the point you were trying to make is that void energy choice both matter and all other types of energy by default. Yep. Except the warp is weird and fucks with things, so I'm not sure it would do that or not. Because the warp is inherently, it doesn't make sense. You shouldn't think of it as making sense. And it's utterly there to fuck with you. Except for when it's not, but then it especially is. I could see that being either way as accurate. And who knows, maybe whenever Hasbro decides to do a crossover with all of them, we'll get to have that gameplay in Magic the Gathering D&D. You can see how excited I am for everything I just said. Overall, though, I think it really just comes down to, if you're running this, run it however you want. There's a understandable reason to do it for both sides. Dazrat is moving on. The void destroys everything, including other energy, and that would include psychic emanations from the warp. Cool. I would go the other way because I just think the interaction would be more fun, but that's just my personal take. And it would just be personal either way because if they're explicitly different, that's different. Now, if they're the same, that's its own reason, but we're working with the premise that they're not. So that's, take your interpretation, and it's equally valid at this point because it's just an interpretation. But they're fun regardless.
Along with purposefully mutating, and if the end result is fine enough, Which overwhelmingly it should, since in the beginning we talked about how Nids happen to have decently more lethal creatures than the Zerg. In the next hour or so, the Zerg hive clusters...
Wait, what? No, I think I misheard that.
...decently more lethal creatures than... It should, since in the beginning we talked about how Nids happen to have decently more lethal creatures than the Zerg.
Really? That's the conclusion we came to? I was going the entire time on this one, though, and like, no, I think the Zerg kind of edged him out on this one. Yeah. I didn't think it was the other way around, actually. Yeah. Ooh, I'm going to pull this up. What if Game of Thrones had a realistic ending? By what, why, how, where he rewrites the last season of Game of Thrones based on real history from the War of the Roses. Oddly enough, I don't remember the War of the Roses. Yeah. And sorry I mentioned, the scary thing is their ability to get genetic materials and upgrades from fossils and bones mean that all extinct species, there is the possibility of the Zerg eating the Necron. Yeah, but the biological Necrons were nothing to write home about, so that doesn't really mean much. It's what happened after that that meant a lot. Yeah.
In the next hour or so, the Zerg hive clusters begin pumping out their own Tyranid bioforms. It goes without saying that these two advantages the Zerg have are very potent, and would allow them to establish a solid foothold in the 40k galaxy. However, in this rat's humble opinion, both of them pale in comparison to their third and greatest advantage, the one that truly earns them the Speed Freak honorary title.
A controlling intelligence that gives a damn rather than just half-assing it and jobbing their basic instincts? Maybe them just being a little biased.
That warp travel, FTL jumping thing the Terrans have that we talked about in the previous video, which we established would basically be the best means of FTL in Warhammer if it was...
Yes. Technically, this does exist in Warhammer, and it was lost in the Golden Age. Mostly because it was the warp travel, but they explicitly understood the time bullshit mechanics, but that's also an interpretation that I could be wrong about, because it was all lost, so it's whatever you want to say.
Was introduced there. The Zerg also use it.
Yep, and that's why they're better, because for all the things about how slow movement is for the Imperium, the Tyranids are slower. They're just plodding around in IRL space. It's one of the reasons I keep saying all of this high-end stuff that they could do, never going to come up. Because the setting will probably end of old age, IRL, before they rush the scenery so much to get the Zerg, sorry, not the Zerg, the Tyranids to actually move in. Because they're just moving at the speed of gravity. They're moving fast, but it's not instantaneous enough to account for any significant movements outside of bullshit. Which isn't bad, but yeah, they've written themselves kind of into a corner on this one, and eventually someone will probably have to think of a way around it. But they haven't yet, because no one really wants to do, okay, we're treating these Tyranids as the end game boss that they are. How do we make them scary? Oh, we have to end game it. Shit. Yeah. Pulling this up. Oh, Yibby, one, thank you very much, too. I wish the entirety of Maple Story was canonical in StarCraft 2. The same can be said for Yokai Watch in the StarCraft 2 verse. I know nothing about either of those. So, kind of fascinating, then. You just love the music for Purple? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Purple Heart mentioned they love the Maple Story 2 menu music. Okay, that works.
Let's put the gravity of that into context.
That looks cool, though.
Despite their own nightmarish ability to evolve and adapt, the Tyranids are the slowest faction in the 41st millennium.
Yep.
Their Narval...
Notice how I've been saying they've been jobbing? It's because they're working on the premise of big, slow monster in the dark that doesn't seem that terrifying until you realize the full scope of it. And then you just encounter the fact that it's everywhere. And you haven't actually been fighting it. You're just dealing with the first drops of its digestive enzymes as they're slowly encouraging itself to grasp its hand around the entirety of the galaxy and crush it in one go. But also, that is such a long-term horror that it never actually matters, because the setting doesn't move that fast. And even when it does, it doesn't. There's a better chance of the Eye of Terror opening, consuming the galaxy, and resetting the setting entirely than the Tyranids showing how big their entirety of the fleet the outside the galaxy fleet actually is.
Bioships can bend space and gravity into corridors that allow them quicker than sublight travel between star systems, and can also mess with planets' tectonics, but this can only be used outside of the gravity wells of stars, since those can overwhelm the narvals. For everything else, they must resign themselves to sublight speed. Usually this doesn't bother them, since the shadow in the warp, projected by the Hive fleets, isolates planets from communication and also messes with their prey's own travel through superhell.
Not to mention, losing contact with planets is so common, or relatively common in the Imperium, so it's not actually indicative of Tyranids either. Oh, maybe I'll pull up your comment. Because I feel the setting and lore of MapleStory works well with the world of StarCraft. Like, imagine Marauder Squad flexing on the Darmoor forces. If I knew more about MapleStory, I could comment. I don't know anything about it at all.
But whenever possible, Gene Stealers infest space hulks that get flung through the Immaterium, and their cults abduct the void ships of their host races.
Yep.
Because traversing the Empyrean tides is far faster than what the Hive fleets are capable of, since it normally takes them years or decades to go from one end of a solar system to the other, and sometimes even centuries to float between solar systems.
So keep in mind, every time you have a encounter where there's people fighting on a planet, you're just ignoring the fact that they shouldn't be able to get people there because the Shadow of the Warp would hide it. There's a lot of, don't look at it too hard coming in here, but it's fine.
By contrast, while slower than the engines of the Terrans, but still comparable in speed, the Zerg, through their psionics, can tear open entrances and exits into the StarCraft warp dimension, which
he explicitly said earlier is different than the Void. So again, it's tri-dimensional setting.
their Leviathans and other Void-capable bioforms can fly through. And, as established in the Terran video, due to being completely detached from it, travel through said dimension would not be affected by the tides of the warp, or, if an encounter between these two menaces takes place, by the shadow in the warp. Meaning, you have Tyranids, who evolve and eat everything faster than the normal Tyranids, are more toxic and infectious, who require an exponentially powerful and precise psychic control to disrupt, which in turn will be breaking apart your own attempt at an intrusion, thus increasing the risk of demonic incursion, unless you happen to come across an extremely rare and limited resource that just so happens to be able to break up the constructional foundations of their hive mind. And because living in 40k just wasn't bad enough...
Also, I'm sorry, I keep staring at this guy's teeth. Like, the more I look at them, I'm like, is this intentionally done that way? Or, like, just... Oh... It looks like they decided to punch them all out and glue them back in, but with, like, putty, and they kind of just shifted over time. Oh god, it just gets worse the more I look at it.
They can smother a planet today, and tomorrow appear above the skies of another, just like that.
Yeah. To be fair, almost anything in StarCraft on sheer mobility is almost completely and utterly unkillable because no response time keeps up with that. Except for the Necrons at the Celestial Orrery going, oh, they're in this system right now? Okay, that one just blew up. But that's kind of broken, and even the Necrons don't really do that.
Needless to say, if introduced to the Warhammer 40k galaxy, with the above-described capabilities, the Zerg Swarm is bound to become a mainstay of the 41st millennium.
And again, they fit in really well, because they do two things that the Tyranids don't. One, they show they're a threat, but they don't have it as an overarching sense of horror that the only way to see the extent of what they can do would be to fundamentally break the system. So you could see them as actually a bigger threat while actually showing them to be a bigger threat as well, which is always the better part at the end. Oh, that was the StarCraft 1 cinematics? Early 90s, or early 2000s, or the 90s. Yeah, 98. CGI wasn't perfect. Oh, Croc, they were trying to make good teeth on that one? Oh, I thought they were trying to show the guy's a hick with a big gun. Oh. Oh, God.
In the case of the Terrans, they have normal human limitations, so a concentrated extermination campaign against them by a larger faction is bound to push them to the brink. With the Zerg, however, it is unlikely to achieve better results than when attempting to dislodge Orc empires or fully wipe out Tyranid hive fleets, since even if shattered, the swarm's decentralized structure will allow enough of it to preserve itself and flee quicker and more reliably than nearly every other faction, And by the time they are found out, the bugs are quite likely to not only have rebuilt themselves, but also adapted to counteract whatever originally broke them apart. At least,
Basically, what I'm hearing is the fact that Zerg don't automatically win StarCraft is a lot of plot-related items then. Kind of makes sense.
I think so in general terms. But there are two specific factors that need review in order to make a better determination of how exactly the Zerg will fare in the grim darkness of the far future.
Like external events or interaction with the warp?
First has got to be, who is the Swarm's leader in such a scenario?
Oh, yeah.
Of which we have three primary candidates.
Honestly, if it's Abathur, I think Tzeentch would just utterly love this and would probably intervene to keep him alive, even if he fucks over the rest of them so he can keep having fun with it.
Let's begin by taking a look at Zagara, the
Who?
Overqueen.
Overqueen. This is me not knowing anything about StarCraft, so this is going to be just new information to me.
From what we know, she was the very first Broodmother, additionally enhanced and empowered by Abathur at the command of the Queen of Blades, who also tried to educate Zagara to learn vision, grooming her as her heir apparent. Declaring herself as the Overqueen, Zagara is the, presently, most powerful and psionically potent Zerg entity, which has all of the other Broodmother sworn to her service as
Wait. Oh, at the time period or at all?
of the end of StarCraft. And she is
Are we talking StarCraft 1 or all of StarCraft altogether with all the DLCs? I don't know. This is just me not knowing obvious information, probably.
easily the worst of the available options. As adorable as Ziggy Zag might be, she just does not seem to make the cut for what is needed to make it in 40k. I don't know what exactly she learned from Kerrigan's teachings, but it doesn't really feel like vision, because
Oh, so she's probably StarCraft 2's ending. Okay, all of StarCraft. Oh. And according to Desrat, it was current time after Carolyn left for milk? Oh. Wait, I thought she just died at the end because that we saw the big glowy thing with the glowy wings and usually when you go full glowy, you don't live past that. Huh.
after the final main campaign of StarCraft 2, she grows to reason that in the end, the Swarm cannot win a continued conflict against the Terrans and Protoss. And I mean, like, good? Know your fucking place? Trash?
It sounds like... Is it that she can't win or that they assume bullshit will happen? Yeah.
Yet, personal feelings aside, it boggles the mind how she came to that conclusion.
Is this one of those, they're saying it so they don't have to be immediately antagonistic the next time around? Maybe.
It is a severely difficult circle to square, since we're talking about the race that basically won the setting. Instead of fighting, other than in self-defense, using some Xel'Naga essence, Zagara created new Zerg bioforms that reseed dead planets with life. Essentially, reverse tyranniding barren rocks into abundant, blooming Gaia worlds.
Oh yeah, she would never be able to do it in 40k. That would be counting as doing good things. That never survives. Yeah, the setting inherently abhors that. Oddly enough, it would put her in direct conflict with Nurgle because even though he's supposed to be the cycle of death and decay and rebirth, he doesn't really do that because it's like chaos is inherently corrupting and lies about its own shtick. But if she did that, she would inherently be anti-Nurgle, and that would be a fun conflict. If anything, she probably becomes my immediate, I want this character.
Which she then offers up as payment and barter for alliances and non-aggression treaties with
The Tau would love her. The Eldar, oh, that would be a fun one. I could see some radical Eldar being like, okay, you just reclaimed a death world from the Eye of Terror that is one of our crone worlds. We can make a pact. Yeah. Imagine our chaos lying? Is it a day that ends in Y? I mean, as far as we know, in the Eye of Terror, no, it isn't.
the other Caprulu factions. Now, if by having learned vision, she means direct conflict won't get us the dub we want, so we're going to be extra sneaky about it, and this whole initiative on her part is to trick the other races, mainly the Terrans, into colonizing, farming, and eating Zerg organisms, intentionally infecting themselves with the hyperevolution virus, which is lying dormant, only for Ziggy-Zag to pull a plot twist and, at a snap of her claws, remove half of the swarm's opposition in the sector by infesting it. That would actually be a pretty clever and diabolical scheme on her part.
Yeah, but they're probably not doing that because it sounds like they were explicitly using her as we have a new Zerg, so they don't have to be the next big bad regardless. At least that's my interpretation from only this video. So, yeah. Although it would be interesting because diplomacy wins are a thing. I'm thinking Stellaris terms. I don't even play Stellaris.
Unfortunately, given how she
Is Zagara a worthy successor to Kerrigan in StarCraft 2? I have no idea about this one.
had a mini civil war within the swarm, against Abathur of all bugs, since he did not approve at all of all this hippie shit and wanted to get the Zerg back on the ever-consuming warpath, and after winning it, she put Slug Boy in Zerg jail, whatever that is, as we don't really get a proper explanation. It is severely unlikely for this to be some billion IQ Machiavellian scheme.
How did she win? Probably called in help. No, Civil War, probably not calling in help then. Although I guess you could say, I don't know anything about this entire thing.
And while reverse tyranniding planets into lush verdant paradises would be a hell of a bargaining chip in the 41st millennium,
Yeah, there's a lot of factions that would love that. And I'm not saying that doesn't include the Imperium. They have cut way worse deals than anything that is being talked about right now. Like letting the Dark Eldar into the throne room to work on the Golden Throne itself. Yeah, so, I mean, outwardly, no, evil, destroy them on sight. Inwardly, it's probably like most of the pacts they have with the Eldar. Don't question it. It didn't happen. Also, regular payments coming in.
fucking luck talking to anyone who won't shoot you on sight in the first place, since your default look is Tyranids, and even the Tau stopped trying to be diplomatic with those.
Which would be hilarious if they do teach them that they can do this. It would be funny. It would legitimately be funny. Also, the time period they drop into in 40k would matter as well. If it's closer to the Crusade and Horus Heresy, that could go really well or really bad for so many different ways. Also, I'm going to pull up this comment. So, Desred, Zagara is not Primarched here. Nowhere near, at least not physically. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of range in how strong Primarchs are. Like, it goes for, you know, what is definitely true to what could be true, such as Magnus throwing Titans around with magic, or Angron throwing Titans around with Angron, just being angry, to some of the, I think it's Alfarius and Omegon are small enough that they're not actually super strong. They're very strong, but they can pass for just a regular Space Marine, which is very strong, but not throwing a Titan around strong. There's a lot of leeway in how much that does. Zagara's not divinity superior, just a smart leader. Yeah, it seemed to work too. Also, Necro, the Dark Eldar did what to the Golden Throne? They were asked to fix it. I don't remember what happened. I think it fell apart, but yeah. Or I'll allow her to slap the shit out of Lorgar. Desrat, that is the ultimate thing you could do, and it would be the ultimate irony that it would just be awesome because it involves slapping Lorgar, and I don't really care about the rest. The rest would just be fine. It could be a horrible story, but if it involves slapping Lorgar, you got my like already.
At best, if she somehow gets the commie fish weeps to listen to her for a moment, maybe the Swarm can enter into an alliance with them, helping them expand far quicker, but it will be a relationship at mutual gunpoint, unintentionally for the Zerg, given how terrifying they are.
Honestly, some of the things the Tau have encountered are pretty terrifying. And depending on the lore, some of the things the Tau have encountered, they've made terrifying. But that's more lore and not gameplay, and it's kind of only mentioned. It could also just be dropped to the side because no one really wants to bring it up.
And very hurriedly prepared by the Tau, given how terrified they would be. Not to mention the absolute guaranteed fact that through all of the non-hostile time, the Tau would be secretly studying the Swarm as much as possible in order to find out any and all weaknesses they can exploit.
Do the Tau do that? I guess an interpretation would matter on them. I think the newer ones are more hostile.
until they eventually figure out how to usurp control or effectively eliminate the Zerg. Again,
Yeah, have they done a lot of eliminations? I don't think they've done that one. They effectively usurp control, though, yeah, in a heartbeat. That is something that in lore they are explicitly doing. I'm not sure about this wiping out, though. I thought I heard rumors of that as something that came up in a plot, but I wasn't sure if that was canon or not. Also, I'm just going to pull up your comment, Deseret. There's not really anything to go over than what is mentioned here. They have no space-faring vessels, so they'd be stuck on one planet, unless someone else takes them to another. Oh, the primal Zerg, yeah.
And resulting in the scattering scenario. All in all, from what we've seen, I think Zagara is simply too soft for 40k.
Maybe. It really depends who she engages with, because oddly enough, I think the people who would really like her is the Imperium. Not openly, not everyone, not the cult, either cult, Mechanicus or the cult of the Emperor. Like, that would be a no every ship way ever for. But for Radical Inquisitors, oh, this is just candy, man. This is not even the worst thing they've done canon-wise, because I think it helps. The Radical Inquisitor who's explicitly serving Abaddon is that person. But yeah, no, I would actually unironically think that it would be the Imperium to suddenly have a bunch of planets like, okay, we're going to overlook everything because we get more of this. And if you get found out, we'll just kill you. But like, I could see a lot of Radical Inquisitors really fucking around with this. And Croc, would the Order of Xenos like a word with them? Oh yeah, they definitely would. They would not be okay with it. But also, as the Inquisition, can you imagine a group that's more likely to want to murder itself than the Inquisition? This is all of the, oh shit, we're going to really fuck around with this. Yeah, I think they would be the ones who, depending on who finds them, would be utterly addicted to this. And that's before they find out about, oh, wait. You can travel how fast without going through hellspace? Yeah. And that's, I normally say the Celt Mechanicus wouldn't do that, but there are the Biologus Mechanicus who might be very into that and would probably crow it. There's a lot of factions within the Imperium that might like it, but they would always be minority factions, but the ones that could do it are usually very powerful and sneaky minority factions. So there would be a lot of subterfuge here that would be very fascinating in its own right. But the main Imperium itself, like the overarching Imperium, would be like, fuck that shit, burn it. Because, you know, it really just depends who they interact with. And that would be a very big defining feature and how noticeable they make themselves.
Better alternative would be going for an old classic. The Overmind, original Big Daddy of the Zerg.
Yep.
Definitely an upgrade over Ziggy-Zag in terms of competence, ruthlessness, and psionic might. However, as cool as he may be, there is a slight issue with him leading the swarm in infesting the 41st millennium.
No subtlety?
For that to take place, it would have to be the Zerg before the Brood Wars, which, while still retaining their 3 huge advantages, would have the Cerebrit system rather than the Broodmothers. Their deep connection and dependence on their master, I think, would prove to be less adequate in such a scenario. Though not clarified anywhere, it may
Rat speculation time. Oh my.
be a reasonable presumption to make that the Cerebrits spurged out because the Overmind was killed with void energy, which destroyed the creature's very being, not just its body. If only his physical form was lost, I'd wager it's not a far stretch to imagine that the Overmind's consciousness would likely just jump into one of the Cerebrits, similarly to how they go back into him, and then mutate the creature into a new appropriate host body for himself.
Huh.
It's only because in the original story his consciousness was obliterated that his favorite servants lost it and tried to merge themselves into a whole new Overmind, instead of him reviving into one of them. Which is sweet and all, but even if there isn't void energy in Warhammer,
Okay.
or if there is, as well as stuff that meddle with it, it will take a long-ass time to discover and weaponize it. The big factions of the setting have an option to combat the swarm that did not exist in StarCraft for various reasons.
Psyker bullshit? Probably psyker bullshit.
Popping planets on the regular if necessary.
Oh yeah, there's also that one. Wait, that doesn't exist in StarCraft? Really? Oh, I just kind of assumed they would have that. Oh. Well, that's on me for being wrong then.
Unlike the Broodmothers, which are physically impressive in their own right, Cerebrits, and especially the Overmind, were far bigger creatures that needed to be rooted on-world and could not freely and continuously reside aboard Leviathans, instead needing to use a great amount of psionic power to basically magic themselves from planet to planet. This delayed mobility would be a grave weakness in a galaxy filled to the gills with things batshit and lethal enough to smash headlong into them.
Yeah.
Again, if it turns out that the Tyranids have basically the same Overmind/Cerebret structure, where the Cerebrets are the Norn Queens, they are realistically remaining functional because their Overmind equivalent is outside of the Milky Way, so getting to it would be impossible for the majority of the factions that can do something about it. And if every planet that hosts this Habsburgian circle of controlling organisms was found and obliterated, despite...
You know, that's the first time I thought I'd hear Habsburg brought up, but considering what the Zerg do, sure, Habsburg organisms. Just, I don't... For anyone wondering what that is, it was I think, a line of nobility and royalty in Europe that were very well known to make sure their bloodline was pure. And if you're reading between the lines and you think, I choked on my own tongue doing that one, but like, Deliverance? Yeah, there's paintings. I have a large chin. Theirs is bigger, and their eyes are smaller, and their ears, and like their proportions are all slightly off. And it's like, oh yeah, your genetic tree doesn't fork. And then they were proud of that. Yeah.
Like not using void energy, that would more than likely kill the whole leadership structure permanently, since they wouldn't have anything suitable enough to respawn into. All of which is bound to shatter the swarm even worse than the broodmothers being forced to split apart. Really hate to admit it, since, as mentioned in the last video, I am quite upset with
that treacherous bitch.
But unfortunately, Sarah Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, would be the most optimal leader for the swarm to have in 40K.
I have no idea what she's like as a leader, so I can't make any comments whatsoever.
Regardless if it's in her original infested incarnation, the subsequent power-up where she fulfilled the prerequisites to become a Xel'Naga, topic expanded upon in the bonus video, and reached Alpha Plus status likely able to have a fair slap fight with Magni Magic, or after she actually ascended into becoming a fully fledged Xel'Naga that was powerful enough to put down the one who orchestrated their near extinction as a species, any version of Kerrigan would possess the far more important attributes of competence, ruthlessness, and drive needed to navigate the Warhammer setting.
Is it weird that not seeing any spikes on her when she's supposed to ascend feels weird? Maybe that's just me.
Under her, the Zerg would have both the flexibility and will of purpose to be far from easy prey. Although,
I mean, if you basically have a god in this setting, it depends how she interacts with the warp. If she's on that side, that might make her more immediately eatable by them. But that's not really what we're thinking about. We're thinking about more the Imperium and the physical aspects rather than the warp shenaniganery.
Fairness. Who leads the bugs, while important in its own right, might prove to be close to irrelevant when put next to the second factor that merits overview.
Oh?
Where do they spawn, and what is the first thing they encounter?
Yeah, I mean, if it's in the Ghoul Stars, hell, if it's in the areas where souls are ripped out, I mean, if they have souls, that'd be a thing. There's a lot of areas, depending on where they're at, it could be very bad for them or everyone else. Yeah, there's a lot of problems. Hell, if they spawn in the warp itself, it's like, I hope they win. That would be an improvement.
Thanks to Warhammer 40k's sheer vastness, as it spans the whole galaxy, the average outcome to those questions is some quiet middle-of-nowhere system with one or a few standard Imperium-held planets, e.g. ones like our modern Earth, just with a spaceport or two on them.
Oh, he actually referenced that. Just to give an idea why I'm kind of going, ooh, about this. The most common planet in 40K is Earth, like right now, where it's standard tech levels. Maybe not nice, but it's not hive worlds. Hive worlds are huge resources to the Imperium, and they're focus points because they're not the standard, but they're very plentiful. And they're not usually feudal worlds because those are usually more held up as big granaries, but just planets that are just doing their own shtick. They don't get focused because they're not usually as interesting. And I think over time it'll move away from that description because technically when you realize most of the galaxy is not at war, it kind of breaks down the entire, oh, this is horrible. It's more just, we got an asshole boss, but we're doing good enough. We got to reach the tide, so we just do our thing. But that's not really where most of the setting goes, because that doesn't fit the entire thing about the Earth. Yeah, it's like you're in a shitty government, but it's not so shitty that you're doing anything about it, which is where a lot of the conflict comes from, which is why you see hive cities, because those are well past that doing something about it, point to, oh God, let it end, is where you're at. But they're not fun if you go to the normal side. It's why you don't see a lot of pleasure planets where nothing is going wrong and there's no conspiracies, because if you just go to a planet that's pretty and relaxing, that doesn't make for a lot of conflict. It's just like, oh, and I did a thing. Okay, cool. But it's just one of those fun things where I just enjoy the fact that someone is acknowledging, oh yeah, normal, non-evil shit does exist. It's just, you will never see it because it's not going to fit.
Alternatively, you can roll a nasty case of snake eyes and appear within the front lawn of a fully awakened Necron dynasty.
Which would be more common right now, and honestly, considering some of the, let's go with goals the Silent King have, 1, it would be terrifying. 2, they could fuck. 3, if it is a Silent King and he knows they could do the Zagara option of, oh, we can re-life things? Oh, that is definitely going to be interesting. How that goes, I have no idea, but there's definitely things. And hell, there's a civil war right now with the Necrons between Imhotep, who kind of likes being an undead robot and wants to win the galaxy, and the Silent King, who doesn't like being a mindless, soulless robot and would like to get flesh back, but also then win the galaxy. Yeah. I'm hyper simplifying it. Also, don't get the idea that one's on humanity's side or mortal's side. Neither one is. Although the Silent King will work with them, because apparently he did meet, no, it was Trazen who met Sanguinius.
Ending up in that kind of a scenario right off the bat would be
Yeah.
a guaranteed death sentence for anyone, really. But the Terrans have the benefit of being human. When they see a thing they can't handle and decide to bail out, most scary things, like the Necrons, are more likely to react with, oh, it's just humans. That's whatever. We have more important things to deal with, allowing them some reprieve to get themselves a quieter starting spot. Severely unfortunately for the Zerg, however, when you can be easily mistakenly profiled as Tyranids, you can bet your bottom biomass that practically everyone within light years will react with exceptionally extreme prejudice.
Yep. With the obvious exception that I brought up earlier, the people who are utterly breaking the system by just being insane. Dropping into chaos would be the most fascinating, though. Also, pulling it up, Luna 1, thank you very much, too. They were called the House of Habsburg. At their worst, they had intermarried with so many cousins that their family tree formed a circle. Yep.
Declaring a crusade/hunt of extermination, which will make long-term escape and development incredibly hindered.
It depends how much they actually follow through on that one. 40k lore is filled with examples of them not following through and them actually following through, so it really just comes down to author preference. Both are pretty likely.
But, and it's a colossal one,
You know, I was able to forget that one of the Slaanesh planets was literally a guy who grew so fat that he became the planet. In the warp, of course. Yeah. I don't even think they're dead either. Oh, God.
unlike the Terrans, whom we established last time would most likely end up as a new minor faction on the level of the Tau, before getting blunted by external forces, when transplanted into the 40k galaxy, if they are not immediately wiped out, the swarm's capacity to snowball out of control is staggering. You could easily say,
yeah, but the Necrons finding out and thinking there's no other way, it depends on whoever controls the Celestial Orrery. And I think it's only been mentioned in one thing where, just for anyone wondering, this is a Necron design artifact. I think it was mentioned in at least one story, if only one story, where it perfectly represents everything, every star in the galaxy. And if you go to one of those stars, the corresponding one IRL blows up. Yeah. Necrons are holding back. They've already won the setting as far as they're concerned, in the same way the Orcs have already won their setting. The difference is the Necrons don't all agree on liking the current status quo, where the Orcs are perfectly fine with it. Yeah. Also, Terran, The changes you here we go. Sturg. Changes you mentioned according to Terran were should have been easy ones to implement. Every time crunch, they certainly managed to purple highlights than Primal Kerrigan. Huh. And Sturg mentioned, is it just me or is 40K starting to look like the only way for anyone to get what they want is to work together? And the only thing that won't ever happen. Yeah, that's the thing about it. All of the crazy cool events that move the setting forward are alliances. When the sides work together. Guilliman coming back and moving into 8th edition, for example, was between the Eldar, the Mechanicus, an Inquisition member, the Sisters of Battle, because the Saint Celestine, and, of course, Guilliman for the Space Marines. So it's multiple races and multiple factions, and I am very much including the Inquisition as its own thing, separate from the Imperium, separate from Mars, even though the Mechanicus is not Mars. I just always do shorthand. That would be just where my mind goes. Because they're all technically laws unto themselves. Although the Inquisition does like to say it aligns with the Imperium. It does whatever it wants. There's so many things going on, and that's how things work. And then there's Trazyn. Oh yeah, I forgot about Trazyn. Because Trazyn also is involved in this coming back. Everything that happens is when there is an alliance, and that's how a lot of plot lines move forward, because they seem to work together better that way. If people could stop to work together, 40K could be a solved system. And it would probably move more into skirmish-style fighting in the same way that Infinity does. And I wouldn't mind that if they had, okay, we still have these big fights, but then there's other things. Oh, Sturg, Trazyn was involved? Yeah. Trazyn, in saving Guilliman, he was helping with the pylons on Cadia. This is actually shown in Battlefleet Gothic, where there's an explicit scene where he drops in to talk to Call about this. But he directly helped. And I don't mean helped. I mean, legitimately was offering advice that was doing his best. Yeah, no backstabbery even. And as far as I know, he didn't steal anyone either. Yet. He did that later. Because it's Trazyn, of course he did. And he also stole a bunch of players or characters who players might want in the future. So if anyone on Cadia really has a favorite character, Trazyn saved them. He's now in the museum. Yeah. The weirdest thing about 40K is that it is exactly the idea of if we work together, we can win every fight, and we're never going to work together.
That the Zerg's biggest limiter in StarCraft is what they have available on the menu there. Despite that, they make do rather exceptionally, as we've already covered in this video. Now, like with the Terrans getting access to Warhammer tech and resources, imagine what the Zerg can shit out after being presented with the myriad nonsense that goes bump in the 41st Millennium buffet.
Yeah, which is probably one of the reasons I think Zagara might be a fun one, because if she's repopulating worlds, she could find a lot of really fucked up shit, man.
They get introduced to. As far as I have thought about it, I think that after a few specific choice encounters, the Swarm simply wins 40K, regardless of who is leading it. Since
I still disagree on that one, if only because at the utter epic scale, as crazy as they are, if they don't, it wouldn't be encounters, it would be, do they spread everywhere to eat everything all the time? And do the people who actually have the ability to say, fuck this corner of the entire galaxy, do that? Because there are factions that do it, but this is like the highest end power available, and those actors usually don't for obvious reasons in setting of it would be end times. But there are ways to deal with that. That said, oh, I would love to see someone write this out because it would be so epic. And for the same reason, having Zagara brought in as a slower burn, maybe integrating better and getting into the right people's, let's say, pockets. There's a lot of things you could do. But yeah, if they could easily spiral out, but I think when you get to the utter upper end, there are ways to deal with it. But 40K would never actually show them, but a fan fiction could, because that would actually bring out a reason to show the ungodly level of individual people can kill planets. But those people don't usually do that because lore reasons. There's a lot of bullshit going on, man. There's so much bullshit going on, but it is hilarious.
Even Zagara might drop the peace route after she realizes what is at her disposal.
Or what she's fighting, and where killing them might actually be nicer than letting them live.
They are, in no particular order, a splinter tendril of Hive Fleet Chronos, from the devouring of which the swarm will be augmented with knowledge of chaos and means of resisting it, on top of all of the baseline Tyranid upgrades doing so will provide, possibly allowing them to develop their own hive mind in a way that can snuff chaos out, similarly to the Shadow in the Warp.
Yeah. Although there would be the interesting with the Necrons of, do they have souls to be torn out as well? I have no idea.
Next, some orcs, from which the adrenaline growth might be useful, but primarily to get their stupidly efficient spore gestation system that would make the development of the hyper-evolution virus in airborne form much easier and cheaper in terms of dedicating biomass to it.
Yep.
And the last one would be the biggest mistake the Imperium could make when coming upon a world being overtaken by the Zerg.
Sending it into the warp? Maybe. I mean, there are giant grenade and planet busters that are just, it's now in the warp. Assume it's dead.
Misidentifying them for the Tyranids, and deciding to exterminatus the planet with the Life Eater virus.
I mean, it would... Yeah. Although, this one, actually... I'll wait to see how he describes it.
Is the picture clicking?
Okay, he's not talking. Here's the thing. The Life Eater virus, it's not a virus. It's nanomachines. Yeah. That's the crazy part about it. This is Dark Age of technology tech. It's not a biological force. But also, this is one of those things that I think is heavily disputed and has been written about as if it was biological and actually a virus instead. So it doesn't always work that way because I think other people have just written multiple ways. But one of the ways it was described is it's actually in the Horus Heresy viewed as a form of nanite, a tiny little machine that's eating everything alive, but it doesn't eat non-biological things. So, but while I'm also saying this, keep in mind, everything's true and nothing's true. There's also things called the Life Eater that are actually just viruses. It's in the same way that there are las guns that are lasers, that are plasma guns that are not plasma, they're just really scaled down, and that are also bullet shooters that have reloading magazines. And some that work the same way Mass Effect guns do, because depending on the author, there have been multiple ways to describe how these guns work. So technically everything Dazrat is saying is true, unless he's pulling from one of the authors who's written about it differently, in which case it's still true, just differently. You see where this goes into the, oh god. 40k is weird because it contradicts itself, and sometimes intentionally, side.
For the StarCraft folks unfamiliar with 40k, or simply the Warhammer folks that might have heard, but not in enough detail, about the Life Eater virus, it is the compound that makes up the infamous virus bombs. To quote from the book Predator, Prey,
Yep.
the virus breaks down organic material, anything it comes into contact with, on the molecular level, and it breaks it down fast. Estimates based on observational records suggest complete planetary biological infestation in a matter of minutes. Everything rots. Everything is broken down and reduced to sludge. And in the novel Flight of the Eisenstein, it is described to be able to do this as, quote, killer microbes that eat through organic matter.
Yep. Oh, also, Desiree, I'm going to bring up your comment. Not fully mechanical. Multiple books refer to as biological, or at most half biological and half mechanical. Yep. And I've also heard some people speculate that Nurgle was very much pleased with this and may or may not have had a hand in the sense of inspiration. But I personally look at that and going, just, that's a stretch, so I don't really pull for that one myself. But yeah, I've also heard the ones where it's fully biological. But that's just because words in 40k don't always mean what they mean. And anything you want to say about 40k is going to be true somewhere, so you might as well just roll with whatever you think is best.
Recall the segment about Zerg infestation, about the hyper-evolution virus's virulence,
Yep.
and how, when it comes into contact with any other biostructure, and to an extent even some inorganic ones, it
Ooh, actually, Hurricane brought up a Q&A that might be referenceable here. Brian Kindergan, Q&A. After that point, the Zerg have likely developed an immunity to nanotech. Oh, that's actually fascinating in its own point. I'm assuming, since Hurricane then mentioned Canon Word of God, that Brian Kindergan is one of the people who did StarCraft. How do you develop an immunity to nanotech, though. I guess maybe on the principle of how it works, because nanotech is more just the size of it, not the actual what it is. Either way, it's just fine. But that would be just the immunity to energy manipulation at that point.
Instantly begins to mutate and rewrite them into Zerg bioforms. The Life Eater strain. If Abathur is able to tinker and toy around with the Exterminatus weapon, it will likely be adapted as a living cloud that strips matter under guided direction, most probably replacing the Broodlings as the main defensive filling of buildings.
Okay, 1, that's terrifying. 2, that might have been something that already existed within some descriptions of fighting in the fall of the Golden Age of or the Golden Age of Humanity. Some of the weapons they mentioned, only on passing, kind of sound like what Dazrat just described. But like anything that comes to the Dark Age and its fall, that's speculation at best and misinformed remembrances at worst.
Maybe even incorporating it into some of the larger bioforms, which, mixed with the Xel'Naga level quality design of the old ones, when it comes to the Orkoid spore system, would likely result in this literal wind of death being easier to produce than merely aerosolizing the hyper-evolution virus on its own.
Yeah.
Through it, the swarm would be able to strip planets of biomass at much closer to the blink of an eye than Raynor's introduction of the bugs could have predicted.
On the other hand, if this was something that was eaten by Zagara, I'm probably butchering her name, I'm already forgetting it, but the one that was not immediately going to genocide, the other option would be basically the Genesis wave from Star Trek. Pretty damn cool and terrifying in equal measure.
While also propagating any anti-chaos adaptations and mutations developed after chowing down on Kronos. Topping this theoretical off, because it will be comprised of the hyper-evolution virus as well, this viral strain will be undergoing constant mutation, so the Imperial fear that overuse of virus bombs against Tyranids might lead to them gaining immunity to it.
I'm pretty sure that has started to happen already in lore, so it's not entirely unfounded.
Due to the compound's fairly...
Zagara? Seville? Yeah, I'm going to eventually fuck up the names. Also, Google is translating Zagara as to the tax. My god.
Uniform formula.
She's the tax
would not
man.
Factor into it. If such a bioform actually gets developed, turning the swarm into Tyranids with Eldar/Necron level FTL that can eat planets via virus bomb, I just can't imagine what can possibly stop the Zerg at that point.
I mean, it still exists, but you're reaching to a level of power that is endgame only, so that'd be like the Emperor wakes up, which may be happening. Yeah. Seville, how will the Tyranids adapt to this? Tyranids, I don't know, but it's been mentioned that some of them are slowly becoming more resistant to it. How much? Sometimes information, even though it's supposed to be, they have to be dissolved for that information. A lot of things that weren't dissolved and were destroyed flat out have slowly made it into the rest of the swarm. Read as they made something really cool for one unit or in one campaign, and that campaign showed that the Tyranids were destroyed, but the unit was popular, so now everyone has it, so technically the swarm, the Tyranids still get access to it, so they were able to transmit the information somehow, even if it doesn't make sense.
But perhaps
more
you,
game design
dear viewer,
influencing.
can. I'd love to read your
lore.
thoughts on it, and also on what other nonsense you speculate the Zerg can evolve or mutate after having a munch from the 40k platter. Or how zogged would everyone be if the Tyranids do manage to shred, and subsequently trial and error adopt the Zerg goop for their own use.
Personally, I would love to see what happens if they're dropped into the warp and have to deal with that level of bullshit right away, because there's so much what the fuckery that could happen. Especially because there are planets that are safe in the warp. And then there's a lot more that you think are safe before they utterly fuck you up.
Feel free to also share what you think the case would be with the Protoss arriving in the 41st millennium. Phew. Man, this one was long to get through. I would still like to extend sincere thanks to you all for your patience. Hopefully well earned by the entertainment this video brought you.
And now I just have to ask the obvious question. When is the Protoss video dropping?
Should that be the case, I would really appreciate it if you infest the like button and subscribe to the channel for future
Okay, I already left a
uploads.
like. That's good.
And, in the case that you
Did
would
I
like to
subscribe
support
already?
the channel a little
Okay, I
extra,
did subscribe already.
you
That's
can do
good.
so via a coffee donation, or by becoming a supporter both there and on Patreon via the
If you haven't already, go support the Rat. Dazrat did an amazing job on this one. I very appreciate just all the work he put in to show how all of this would happen, because I don't know nearly enough about this Zerg. I'm coming to the idea of they're utterly broken, and the fact that they didn't destroy the setting is probably why they had Zagara take a more peaceful route, so that they could have a setting to come back to. Because really, if they ever wanted to touch on it again, nothing else would make sense other than massive retcons. And because now they're going for diplomacy win. And if the next game is that would be fun. And the camera died. Hey, we made it most of the way there. I'm taking it. Oh, yeah. Ooh, went a little short on that one. But yeah, this is utterly fun, and I'm really enjoying this. To quote Dazrat, I'll just pull up his comment. Ideally, by the end of the year. Oh, that fast. Holy shit. First, there'll be 2 other videos, one talking about the Ultramarines and one about Abaddon, in reference to 40k versus StarCraft, because noise, that'd be fun. Yeah. If not, also still fun. I'm wondering how much of the mimetic side you'll run into on the Ultramarines. I don't think it actually is the entire idea of the Ultramarines are lucky and get plot armor because they're blue and the orcs believe it, but I do like to joke around with that one. There's a lot of fun stuff here. And I will pull up the comments quickly. They're not loading. This is my video. No, that's his video. Why can't I pull up the comments? Okay, there it goes. Oh, hey, Sins, yours was the first one. Crude work, lacking in elegance, could do better. Abathar upon examining Fabius Bile's greatest work. To be fair, I don't think he cares about the elegance. I think he cares about the outcomes and getting to fuck people over in the process. Yeah, a lot of people were involved in this one and just made comments. I completely stand by it. Taryn wanted me to check out his comments, but I can't actually see the one he made, so I won't be able to do that. That said, I do need to leave a comment on my end. This is going to be the most impactful comment he will receive today, other than the last one. Is Rat. I'm just a dumbass. I'm aware of this. But joking aside, I'm going to pull up Dazrat's comment quickly. The Ultramarines one is technically based on a mimetic thing that happened to IRL, but you will not guess which one. IRL? I probably won't, because I don't think I know any IRL events that happened. But I'm kind of curious now, because that sounds fascinating. Also, Desmond mentioned it's not a reference to StarCraft versus 40k. Damn. It's just 2 things about 40k that I wanted to explore. Completely valid. We'll check it out, though. Nice. Either way, thanks for watching, everyone. This has been a blast, and I'm going to just quickly switch over to my main camera. Again, hopefully it cooled down just enough to do this. And it did. So yeah, we're going to cut this one here before my camera dies again. This is a blast. I'm having a good time, and I'm really glad we got to check this out. So if you haven't already, just go below. There'll be a link to the original video. Dazrat did an amazing job. Hit it up, and make sure to leave a like and subscribe. And if you can, support him on Ko-Fi or Patreon, because he did an amazing job. Have I said he's done an amazing job? Because I think I have. I'm glad we got this conversation across. Either way, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you guys in the next one when the Protoss video comes out sometime this year, which will be awesome. Adios.